never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump told the nation the U.S. is no longer a laughingstock.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it.
While speaking from the White House during this evening's address, he said he inherited a struggling economy and has turned it around, highlighting his immigration policies and what he called the strongest border in U.S. history. President Trump has announced he will label Venezuela's Maduro regime a foreign terrorist organization and enforce a blockade on sanctioned oil tankers. Tony Waterman has the story.
It's unclear how exactly oil tankers will be stopped from entering or leaving Venezuela, but the U.S. has amassed thousands of troops and nearly a dozen warships in the Caribbean in recent months.
Trump says the pressure will continue until stolen oil, land, and other assets are returned to the U.S. following last week's seizure of a tanker carrying Venezuelan and Iranian oil. One of the men accused of killing 15 people in the Australia mass shooting faces murder and terrorism charges.
One of the suspects was shot to death after Sunday's attack. Police say the other was also shot and just woke up from a coma Tuesday afternoon. The two men, reportedly father and son, are accused of killing at least 15 people and wounding dozens more in a shooting attack at a Jewish celebration on Bondi Beach in Sydney. Police say the surviving attacker will be charged with murder, committing a terrorist act, and dozens of other charges. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice has charged a Florida clinic and a California telehealth firm in a $100 million scheme to illegally distribute Adderall. The Department of Justice says Doan Global and Mindful Mental Wellness marketed the ADHD drug to people who didn't need it, allegedly distributing over 40 million pills through aggressive online subscription sales. Multiple charges, including conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud, have been filed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The Oklahoma Supreme Court ruled that the State Board of Education under former Superintendent Ryan Walters violated the Open Meetings Act in approving new social studies standards. Last-minute changes added religious content and claims about the 2020 election without proper public notice.
We're very pleased with the court's decision.
Alex Lukanitzer, Associate Vice President and Associate Legal Director of Americans United for Separation of Church and State, speaking there with KOCO. The search is still on for the suspect wanted for the shooting at Brown University in Rhode Island.
Officials in the state Tuesday released new video of the man who may have shot and killed 2 students and wounded 9 others. It again shows someone dressed in black walking along a street around the time of the shooting at the Ivy League school on Saturday. Providence Chief of Police Oscar Perez hopes someone in the public recognizes a man's body type and the way he walks. Perez says they've received around 200 tips in connection to the case. Rhode Island Governor Daniel McKee says he's hearing a great deal of anxiety from the public, and that's why there are enhanced police patrols in the city. I'm Kristen Marks.
The Rolling Stones will not be hitting the road in 2026.
Variety reports that the legendary rock band has canceled plans for a European tour after Keith Richards couldn't commit to it. Richards turns 82 years old on Thursday and has battled arthritis in recent years. The Stones last toured in 2024 when they played 20 dates in North America. A band spokesperson recently said that the Stones are close to completing a new album. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, I'm trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
Well, say it isn't so. But it is. Yes, the midnight hour is upon us on the East Coast. And just like that, here we are. Boy, oh boy, another day comes our way. Time flying by. Hey, how about a Friday Eve, shall we call it? Time zone to time zone. We'll close out the hump day, 18th day of December. 1 week till Christmas Day. Well, the holidays are upon us officially. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. On a clear night outside the secret bunker. Not half bad. A little bit warmer here. Okay, we're talking highs maybe actually reaching close to 50 degrees. Lower 50s. I think the official forecast was 54 for a Thursday high here in southwest Ohio. Crazy up and down weather. Yeah, by Thursday night, Friday morning, we're supposed to be back down to the freezing levels again. That's because there's a storm a-brewing. And that storm is really packing a wallop as we speak. High-profile vehicles, beware. We've been talking about potential strong winds. We knew it was going to be windy, but this is insane. Yeah, looking at some of the numbers from this storm as it crosses the Rockies as we speak tonight. They actually recorded this past day 142 mile per hour wind gust. Coldwater Ridge, Washington. Yeah, this powerful storm brought incredible winds to the Pacific Northwest. Power outages well over 500,000 people. In Mount Hood, Oregon, 138 mile per hour gust. Pigtail Peak, Washington, 114. Pullman, Washington, 102 miles per hour. Incredible winds. Outages more than 650,000 customers across multiple states. Now, they're showing trees and power lines down across Washington, Oregon, even parts of Idaho. Early Wednesday, many schools in that region had to announce delayed openings or closures due to the weather. There were a couple of children critically injured in Twin Falls County, Idaho, when strong winds brought over a large tree, according to the sheriff's office there. Near the Pierce-Thurston County line, south of Seattle on I-5, closed due to power lines on the road. King 5 News also reported that a tow truck on its way to help a motorist was hit by a falling tree. Multiple schools in the area closed or delayed due to the weather. Well, 2 semi-trucks blown over on Interstate 90 near Medical Lake, Washington. That was about 8 o'clock in the morning. This past day. U.S. Highway 12 was closed at White Pass, Washington. Multiple trees down on the highway there. Aberdeen, Washington. Police reporting a building partially collapsed due to high winds there. Again, the highest wind gust recorded, 142 at Coldwater Ridge, Washington there. In Idaho, the highest gust was 91 miles per hour in Sherrod Hill. Now, as this storm moves east, these strong winds are going to continue to spread across a large swath of the Rockies and the Plain States as we roll into Thursday here. Gust capable of bringing down trees, power lines, even flipping high-profile vehicles. Wind gust above 100 miles per hour, again possible in much of eastern Montana. The power will be preemptively cut off to about 50,000 customers. That was in Colorado this past day due to the high winds, concerns about power lines sparking fires. So let's give you the details. As I look at the current radar scene, we see showers and thunderstorms. The bulk of the rain is now sweeping through central and eastern Nebraska, just moving into northwestern Iowa, southwestern portions of Minnesota, torrential rains and thunderstorms in eastern South Dakota, on up into eastern North Dakota. Now, North Dakota, you're going to get the wraparound and ultimately see blizzard conditions, blizzard warnings in place for northeast Montana, across the northern half of North Dakota, all the way over into northwest portions of Minnesota tonight. But the high wind warnings extending from the U.S.-Canadian border all the way down into southern portions of Kansas. This intense storm tracking along the Canadian border. Powerful winds, again, potentially in excess of 100 miles per hour, is going to bring widespread power outages, property damage, major travel dangers to the Rockies, northern and central portions of the plains into our day Thursday. The numbers I'm seeing here from AccuWeather, about 700,000 were without power during the midday hours this past day from Washington to Oregon to Montana, Colorado as well, as we saw triple-digit winds in some areas. Those numbers, they tell us, will likely increase through the overnight hours tonight. As this storm moves east, strong winds spreading across a large swath of the Rockies and the plains from Wednesday night to Thursday. Wind gust again topping 100 miles per hour. Some of the peaks and ridges in the northwest of the Rockies. Significant airline delays or potential cancellations likely at Denver and Seattle. They had winds in excess of 100 miles per hour also reported here this past evening, just to the west of Denver. So where the ground is moist, trees toppling over. Where the landscape is dry, sparks from down live power lines could ignite fast-moving wildfires. With those incredible winds, obviously, I do see red flag warnings in southeastern Colorado, southern portions of Kansas, right along the Oklahoma-Kansas line there. I guess that's a region that has been rather dry. Initially, the strongest winds blowing from the southwest and west, then flipping to the northwest as the storm moves along. This is going to be a big challenge for our cross-country highway travelers out there, trucking operations. The high winds affecting ski lift operations, forcing shutdowns. As those high winds combine with snow over the northern plains and the upper Midwest, local ground blizzard conditions will occasionally create whiteouts. From later Thursday to Friday, those blustery conditions begin shifting eastward into the Midwest and eventually on into the northeastern U.S. Winds will not be nearly as strong in these areas compared to what we're seeing in the plains and the interior west right now, but still could be strong enough to cause some sporadic power outages and airline delays. Meanwhile, I do see, as far as advisories in the southern tier of the country, much of southern Texas, all along the Gulf Coast from Texas to Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Dense fog advisories in place. Much of Louisiana, right on up to the heart of central Arkansas tonight. Fog is going to be a concern. So there you go. Safe travels out there. Maybe some of our drivers can give us some live reports, what you're seeing out there as far as the incredible wind conditions tonight. It's a big change in the weather pattern. As I said, warming up into the 50s, then back into the freezing range. Then we roll into Christmas week next week, and it's going to be some incredible warming taking place through much of the central and eastern USA. For folks in the southeastern U.S., forget about a white Christmas. Many are going to be dealing with temperatures well into the 70s by Christmas Day, way up into portions of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. Forecasts are 60-plus degrees for Christmas Day. That after we had sub-zero conditions here just a few days ago. All right, hello from Bob there in Michigan, out of the box tonight. Philly Dan, good morning. Have a great day from Philly. There's Josh. Bama checking in somewhere in Oklahoma tonight. All right, safe travels. Mary Ann says hello, all the listeners. Tony, hello, Steve, and the entire Hot Shots Nation from southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. 42 degrees. The winds are picking up. Forecasters are saying, hold on to your hats. It's going to get windy. Yes, indeed. Tank, morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Happy Thursday, 70 degrees. Memphis, what a flip you've seen. I just got the truck serviced. We're getting ready to hook up and head east about 85 miles. We'll park this rig and head south down to the farm. Everybody be safe. Have a great weekend. Northwest Illinois. Hello, Roy. Check it in. Good evening. Good morning. Kentucky Ken. Hello, Overnight Drive crew and Steve Sommers. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Prayers on the mend, starting to feel a bit better with each passing day. Of course, my queen has taken excellent care of me, keeping me in line. Safe travels to all the drivers out there. And as always, prayers from Kentucky Ken. Good to hear that you're doing better with each passing day there, Ken. Hello, Uncle Chops. Good morning, everybody. Checking in from Pennsylvania tonight. Meanwhile, Shorty, I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia, with 57 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. 3 more days to run this week, and that will wrap it up for the year of 2025. Get some time off for Christmas and the new year, right? How about that? Good morning, 47 degrees, Woodstock, Georgia. Rain on the way later today. And they're telling us, there you go. So we're going to be pushing 70 degrees here by Christmas Day. And by the way, President Trump did a great speech this past evening. What did he have to say? I was kind of anticipating something maybe significant along the lines of Venezuela. Nope. He didn't. Apparently, he just left Venezuela out of it completely. We break it down for you coming up here. Good afternoon, Hammer Down. There's Larry. Be safe. We're heading to Schenectady, New York tonight. We've warmed up to 40 degrees, somewhere on 87 north here. Morning, Steve, over here in Brookings, South Dakota. Jason Smith. 39 degrees, raining right now. On my way to get the load of hay come the morning. All the listening family, be safe out there. All right. Jeffrey checks in from southern Florida. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Let's see. We'll get some of the other listening friends coming up here. Did anyone win the Powerball? You know, I forgot about that. What was it? $1.25 billion. We'll do a few clicks on the keyboard and get you a full report coming up here on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We did say hello to Bob in Michigan, right? I think we did. Hello, John Ferguson. He says nothing like going from 5 below to thunderstorms in a 2-day period. I think the Earth's even had enough of this BS. Anyway, bedtime here. Just got parked here just west of Indy. Hoping this 2026 VNL 860 doesn't continue to be an electrical sensor nightmare. All right, everybody stay safe. God bless. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the eve of Friday. A few minutes late tuning in, but we're here now. That's all that matters. Bongino out come January. Who called this one? I have a feeling they were putting handcuffs on him for putting handcuffs on the deep state. Anyway, 29 degrees in the far side of southwest Ohio. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, and let's go. All right, Scrapyard. Check it in out of the box here. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Oh, just out here. Somebody bring me some CNI dogs and a roll of that 100-mile-an-hour duct tape, because I'm sure needing it tonight. At I-49 from the Bobby Hopper Tunnel on south, visibility is 10 yards or less.
Wow.
It's real bad thick. And then I left Miss Patty's house at 5 o'clock this afternoon to go check on my folks and then report to the yard to pick up my truck. We were down to speeds of like 20 mile an hour going across Highway 84 all the way back into Saline County out there on Highway 70. And visibility right there before I got to my folks' place was 5 yards.
Wow.
So it's quite interesting.
It's thick.
But yeah. And all that, you can take your A1 razor butter cutter and cut you out a pillow and a blanket for the sleeper.
Mm.
And all that's y'all be careful out there. And that Bobby Hopper Tunnel and all that, they've never done anything to mitigate it being slick when it gets wet. It's slicker than a politician's wet dream in that dead-gum tunnel, so y'all be careful. Over here in Fayetteville, mile marker 62, 49 southbound, they're out here pulling Jersey walls, and the only lane you got looks like appears to be the granny lane, and over in here, and it's real tight, so y'all be careful on that. Did you finally get my phone number?
I did indeed, yes. Got the...
Oh, okay, I sent it.
You were missing a digit there.
Oh, I sent it 4 times, and I double-checked to make sure it was all there. One time it was in the header by accident on the email there. It's no wonder they call. I was over sitting there doing the jazz hands routine on that thing on the confuser, trying to get it to go through. So, now that you can pass it on there to Senior Heatwave.
I will do that.
And,
yes, indeed.
That's tonight's very interesting because I'm basically going up with an empty trailer. Only got enough auto parts to a short wheelbase pickup truck and haul everything. We had our computer system went down, and they weren't able to scan any inventory that was to go on the truck, and so I'm basically coming up empty. And hopefully this is not corporate wide, but there's been reports on some of the business channels about a cyber attack denials of services in a lot of corporations across the country. What I've been hearing, so we might have been on the list that got hit.
I'll see if I can dig any more up on that. That's interesting.
Yes, sir. And see, it was something else. What was it? I derailed my train of thought. It was a heck of a crash. But all in all, like this issue, I'm trying to get the phone number to you. How hard is it to modify the app?
How hard is it? What do you mean?
Thinking about an add-on and creating a 24-hour chat room and call it the Driver's Lounge.
The Driver's Lounge. Okay, I'd have to talk to the tech guys about something like that, but
yeah, that way make it easier for us to direct message folks and direct message folks and all that, like passing on phone numbers or stuff like that, or a heads up what's going on here, there, or anywhere. And I just muddled it over and figured it'd probably be a nice little add-on for the app.
That's an idea. Very good.
Yeah, y'all be careful. I'm just about at my Northern Depot and all that stuff. I'm going to fetch you off here and let you get back at it, brother.
All right. Thank you for checking in, Scrapyard. Appreciate the update. And I guess that's a confirmation.
You're welcome.
Confirmation of they're not kidding with those dense fog advisories. Again, much of southern Texas, good portion of Louisiana, and as you said, right on up into Arkansas. You can cut it with a knife. It is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a new day. Good to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has announced he will label Venezuela's Maduro regime a foreign terrorist organization and enforce a blockade on sanctioned oil tankers. Tony Waterman has the story.
It's unclear how exactly oil tankers will be stopped from entering or leaving Venezuela, but the U.S. has amassed thousands of troops and nearly a dozen warships in the Caribbean in recent months.
Trump says the pressure will continue until stolen oil, land, and other assets are returned to the U.S. following last week's seizure of a tanker carrying Venezuelan and Iranian oil. Wall Street closed with stocks in the red.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 228 points. The S&P 500 dropped 78 points, and the Nasdaq plummeted 418 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
So, trust your week's going well. Begin looking toward the weekend. Yes, we've got some college playoff action getting underway this weekend. Obviously, it's bowl season, right? Night after night. College football lovers' dream. Let's say hello to Jim. Said, good morning, Steve. Rock and rollin'. A sedan delivery from Fresno, Ohio to Norwalk, Connecticut. All right. Safe travels. Interesting run. I didn't have the alarm set till about 9:30 in the evening, so I was not up and at 'em to catch the president's address live. But according to the reports, the president used that prime time address to focus squarely on domestic priorities, especially the economy. Actually, he made no mention of Venezuela. Just as, I guess I was not alone, there was speculation rising tensions with Venezuela might be part of what he addressed this past evening. It was only about 18 minutes. Live from the White House diplomatic room, discussion inflation, taxes, affordability. President argued that his administration has begun reversing what he described as all the economic damage left behind by the previous administration under President Biden, saying 11 months ago, I inherited a mess. I'm fixing it. Pointing to high inflation, rising prices, government spending that he blamed on Democrats. Yeah, I said we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin, and promised that prices are beginning to come down. Devoted much of the speech to touting what he called the largest tax cuts in American history, saying families could save between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and predicting a record tax refund season
coming our way next spring. He framed the legislation as the centerpiece of his economic agenda, a key step toward restoring affordability for America's working people. Notably absent from the address, as I said, was any reference to Venezuela, where the tensions with the Maduro regime has intensified in recent weeks. U.S. military operations, oil sanctions, tough rhetoric coming from the president himself. Some observers had expected the president would address those developments or maybe outline what may be the next steps in this standoff. Instead, he kept his remarks tightly focused on pocketbook issues, underscoring a strategic decision to emphasize domestic concerns as we approach the 1-year mark of his return to the White House. Now, the choice comes as some Republicans worry that there's a bit of frustration out there among the voters over the cost of living. Not coming down fast enough. It could hurt the party come the midterm elections. He's trying to counter that concern, arguing that most of us understand the challenges he inherited, and we're beginning to see the results. One of the announcements made as well, surprise, surprise, for our voluntary military force out there, announcing that every active duty member of the U.S. Armed Forces will receive a $1,776 Christmas bonus, $1,776, what he called the warrior dividend. Now, the president said the one-time payment would go to roughly 1.45 million service members, and it's already in the process of being distributed. Checks scheduled to arrive, he said, before Christmas. Now, that number obviously was deliberately chosen to honor America's founding, 1776, just ahead of the nation's 250th anniversary that's going to be celebrated through the coming year here. Quoting the president, "I'm also proud to announce 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special we call warrior dividend before Christmas in honor of our nation's founding, 1776. This kind of emerged as a highlight of his year-end primetime address. Of course, the White House had framed this as a review of economic gains, fiscal challenges that have been achieved during his second term thus far, promising more gains in the coming years, focusing on revenue growth, job creation, reshaping federal finances. Now, he tied the military bonus directly to increased government revenue generated through tariffs and recent legislation, arguing that stronger trade enforcement and changes in economic policy have produced results that have exceeded expectations. I believe it was Monday, Tuesday, we actually got some of the latest official numbers, how much money the government is generating via those tariffs so far this year. I think I've got the numbers over here. We'll see if we can dig those up coming up here momentarily. All right, yes, Roy said money for the military people. All right, so Merry Christmas. That's a pleasant surprise for them, I'm sure. John, hello, Steve, in the overnight drive. Today's my birthday, 36 years old. Happy birthday, John. Love and prayers, he says. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Well, seeing as we are officially 1 week away, for snow lovers, the big holiday question isn't what's under the tree, but what's on the ground, a.k.a. where will we see a white Christmas this year? The start of this winter has obviously been remarkably cold and snowy. For millions, that frigid, stormy pattern not sticking around, though, for the holidays. White Christmas, the term typically defined as having at least an inch of snow on the ground on Christmas Day. That includes any new snow that may fall on the day itself. For this holiday season, AccuWeather forecasters say the classic winter wonderland is likely in pretty much the usual spots. A last-minute storm could bring some snowflakes just in time for Christmas for some areas in the Northeast. Obviously, the central and northern Rockies, once again, a safe bet where you'll see a white Christmas. That's almost guaranteed every year. Higher elevations from Wyoming and Montana down through Utah, Colorado, look pretty solidly locked in for a white Christmas, with a 40 to 75% chance of snow on the ground for areas just outside the mountains. Further east, areas downwind of the Great Lakes stand out. Your typical lake effect snow belts, places that often get frequent snow bands this time of year, should be way up on the list for snow on the ground Christmas morning. Higher elevations of the Appalachians also with a better chance, especially in New England. But we're going to see a lot of the snow that's currently on the ground melting away outside the bunker after picking up 6 inches of snow here this past week. Most of that is gone already. The warm-up that builds across the plains in the coming week, expanding eastward leading up to Christmas, is going to mark a big-time shift in the weather pattern after a frigid start to the month for most of the country. That fresh blanket of snow from the winter storm on the 13th and 14th in southern coastal areas of the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, could melt away in a lot of places as those temperatures rise before Christmas. Now, where you've got the thicker snow cover, the transition to warmer weather could cause your snowman to wilt. We could see enough still sticking around to maybe coat the ground through Christmas in some of the colder spots, but there's still some hope for those dreaming of waking up to snow Christmas morning, as a winter storm could move through the central and eastern U.S. During the last full week of the month. All eyes are on a storm between December 23rd and 25th. AccuWeather says the track could determine a late surge for some snow, but he noted the storm's not certain. Its projected track may shift. We could see some warm air bringing mainly rain in areas, say, south of Interstate 80. Now, he added that even in some areas where the storm is mostly rain, it could end with a bit of snow showers or be followed by some flurries. It may not be a full inch of snow on the ground to officially qualify as a white Christmas, but, flurries or a fresh dusting of snow can set that holiday mood, right? So long story short, the highest odds for a white Christmas would be the central and northern Rockies, the Cascades, the Sierra Nevada, Midwest, and the interior Northeast. Lower odds, coastal areas of the Northeast and much of the southern and central portions of the country. It is 844-844-3388. All right, coming up, we'll see what's going on with Sasquatch just ahead. Plenty of room for you and industry headlines. All the latest as we roll into a Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far, Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you think of the idea of having representation in the form of a trucking caucus in Washington, D.C.? Very interesting, the official announcement being made this past day. What is the trucking caucus? We'll tell you coming up just ahead. Promised we'd get to Sasquatch here. It's been a while. What's going on, Sasquatch?
Hey!
Hi there.
Same old stuff. I didn't get to watch President Trump's speech, but I got to watch CNN and the little chat group on this Abby, whatever her last name is, and they were going at it back and forth. Typical CNN, Democrat versus Republican, all that junk. Okay, cool with that. Well, the Democrats run out of stuff to say, and she goes, what about the 4.2 million people pissed off because they didn't get to watch their Survivor show? Okay. All right. Now, and I'm sitting there going, okay, you guys are analysts of our government and what we do. And if I drop you, I'm just outside of Richmond, Indiana, and it's kind of a shady area. But we got better things and bigger things to worry about with our government and our country than worried about whether, and don't get me wrong, them 4.2 million people have a say, but if you're worried more about a pre-made show, predetermined show versus a presidential advisory speech
address, yes.
Then yeah, and the one thing that I think is going on is our country has gotten to where they want everything fixed overnight. And we just can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some of the tax breaks have started in, but on a weekly basis for the last 4 weeks, I went from 70% to 74% of my gross income coming, so a 4% increase in the last 4 months, 5 months. It's not a whole lot, but that's, at the end of the year it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I just can't believe that here's this lady sitting there arguing about all the tariffs that were costing us money, everything else, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting in a room with a group full of people, and they've seen gas under $2 this year. I've seen gas here in Central Ohio, $2.30, $2.20, somewhere in there.
Yep.
That's a whole lot better than what it was 3 years ago. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I just couldn't believe that lady said that worried about people in that television show that's no different than, come on. Let's be realistic, people. So it just irritates me. And basically, it's common sense what he's doing. More technical than what some people might think, but at the end of the day, it's just common math.
Yes. Well, is it any surprise? No surprise. That's your lamestream media. I mean, no matter what the man does, they've got to find something negative, a way to twist it as a negative.
Right, and that's something that somebody brought up. Out of the countries that we have been doing foreign trade with, okay?
Yeah.
And paying premium prices, okay? How many of those companies from foreign countries do our congressmen, senators, all that, have stock in? Can we not evaluate that? I mean, let's use Pelosi. I mean, everybody uses her, but, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How does someone, become a multi-millionaire in 20 years, come on. When I was in my local government, I made $67 a month to be on city council. Wow. Okay. So so what I'm learning and what I've learned over, if you look at history, our Democratic people have used all kinds of things to make money. Okay? I got a question about him bombing the boats and all the things that he's done with that. How many presidents have we heard over the last, I'm 60, over the last 50 years, we're going to fight the drug war. We're going to fight all these things. How many of them actually produce?
Right.
Very little. Now we have a guy that's standing there making good on his promises. Are we not used to that as a society, to where, here's a guy,
going after the source, going after where the drugs are actually coming from, not waiting till they per se actually get to the border. They've been interdicting drugs along the northern and southern border for years, decades. But now, I mean, going right out there, cutting off the head of the snake, I guess you'd say. Hitting the cartels directly. All right, good to hear from you, Sasquatch. Thanks for checking in this early Thursday. We were talking the winds just in a couple of hours out of Wyoming. Get a load of some of these numbers. A 144 mile per hour gust recorded in Wyoming. That's akin to a Category 4 hurricane. It's not from a tornado. It's not a hurricane. Just this insanely powerful wind event driven by strong high pressure, the gradient, and the terrain effects. I mean, those kind of gusts obviously can flip semis, structural damage, big-time dangerous travel conditions out there. If you've ever wondered why high wind warnings are taken so seriously, that's the reason why. This is the storm that's going to be progressing over toward the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley as we progress through the upcoming day today. I see from Indiana Weather Online. I've never really. Some people say, people with arthritis and what is it? There's a change coming when the air pressure dramatically changes, like they can feel it in their joints. That's kind of what they're predicting for those sensitive groups. This big-time pressure change that's on the way for today into Friday across the region. Large pressure changes, apparently, they tell us, can cause discomfort, fatigue in some individuals. blood pressure changes, blood sugar changes, headaches, and joint pain. I don't know if we all start feeling like crap later today. Maybe that's an explanation at the big pressure change that's coming on. All righty, we'll get, again, the trucking caucus in Washington, D.C. Representative Dave Taylor of Ohio announcing the launch of the caucus, which is a group of lawmakers that aims to improve highway safety and provide support for you, the men and women behind the wheel, the nation's truck drivers out there. Very interesting. Again, we'll break it down. Coming up in hour number 2, what do you say? And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. That's our number to jump on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump announced a warrior dividend for military this Christmas.
And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago.
During this evening's White House address, he said every service member will receive $1,776, crediting the tariffs, and added nobody deserves it better than our military. A stuntman who worked with Rob Reiner and Nick Reiner 10 years ago said there was tension between the two on the set of a film they were making together.
Eric Audet told KTLA-TV Nick Reiner did not seem to appreciate his father's help.
Like, everything's too cool for me. I'm over this, and I could tell that his father was there trying, doing this for him. I mean, his father's directing his own movie.
The movie, Being Charlie, was written by Nick Reiner based on his own struggles with addiction. He's now behind bars accused of murdering his parents over the weekend inside their Los Angeles home. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. Senate has passed a $901 billion National Defense Authorization Act in a bipartisan 77-20 vote. The bill, the largest defense policy measure in U.S. history, now heads to President Trump's desk after a strong House approval. New data shows 20% of older drivers admit to driving while high on marijuana.
Researchers reported findings in the journal Drug and Alcohol Dependence that showed 20% of those 50 and older went behind the wheel at least once in the last year while high. The study involved a survey of more than 3,300 people. Researchers say there's been a lot of effort to reduce driving while high among young people, but findings show it's a cross-generational issue. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks in the red.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 228 points. The S&P 500 dropped 78 points, and the Nasdaq plummeted 418 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson says the state is seeing some of the most devastating flooding in state history.
More than 60 highways were all closed due to flooding, downed trees, and mudslides. The governor working to get millions of dollars for initial assistance.
Be profound from a financial standpoint.
He added residents need to listen to any and all evacuation orders.
For God's sakes, follow it.
Mayor General Jen Walsh with the Washington National Guard.
We still have approximately 250 soldiers and airmen helping with this response. They filled over 15,000 sandbags. They're preventing people from driving down dangerous roads, and they're going door to door to help with evacuations.
I'm Monica Nelson.
Another film and production studio is breaking ground in New Jersey. Officials say it's turning the Garden State into Hollywood East.
Netflix continues to work on its massive studios in Fort Monmouth. Lionsgate is in Newark South Ward, and now Bayonne will be home to a future facility, this one managed by Paramount. It will be called 1888 Studios, named after the year Thomas Edison invented the first motion picture camera in New Jersey. The 60-acre site used to be home to old oil refineries. Governor Phil Murphy says once complete, it will become one of the largest film studios in all of North America. Jonathan O'Halloran, New Jersey.
Two people face first-degree burglary charges after being caught inside of a St. Louis church with a pile of scrapped copper pipes. Authorities say 60-year-old Willie Davis and 27-year-old Sharon Kiles broke in through a boarded-up window. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
What do you say? Ready for a new day? All right. We're getting it started here from time zone to time zone. Transitioning into a Thursday. And I guess here comes that, the final shopping weekend before Christmas. In recent years, the last Saturday shopping day For all those procrastinators out there, it's become a really big time. You know, a lot of people, hold off, wait until the last minute thinking, hey, there's only days left. They're going to mark stuff down. I'll be able to get more bang from my buck. Only problem is there's a lot of items that are going to be out of stock, right? I can't find the correct size when it comes to apparel. All those must-have Christmas items, there's none left on the shelves. Now, we kick things off with a hello from Gary Montgomery. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. Brain Dead, morning, Steve. Happy Hump Day, everyone. It's my Tuesday, but it's actually a Monday. It's last night my run got cut. I just stayed home and finished wrapping up Christmas presents. I see some of those secrets you have there for Christmas. That'll be fun, huh? That'll be interesting. Anyway, cloudy, 54 degrees at the home of the world's best barbecue, and that is Memphis, Tennessee. All right, tonight, it's the only city for me, as I hope tonight will go by quickly. We'll check in a bit later in the program. I will look forward to that. I even had some NASCAR news there, Brain Dead. You might have thoughts on that as well. Let me give you the rest of the scoop, though. The Truckers Caucus, before we get back to the calls here. Representative Taylor of Ohio has been heavily involved in recent trucking issues, introducing Connor's Law back in May and the Commercial Motor Vehicle English Proficiency Act last month. Both of those bills intending to improve safety by ensuring all commercial drivers can read and speak English, generating nearly $906 billion in revenue last year. America's trucking industry powers our economy by creating 8.4 million jobs, securing American supply chains, says Representative Taylor. After several tragic accidents occurred recently because of CDL drivers who could not read the road signs, it is evident change is needed to protect American lives on the road. I am proud to launch the Congressional Trucking Caucus alongside my colleagues to create a forum for discussing policy solutions to keep all drivers safe on American roads, support hardworking truck drivers, and ensure the accessibility of reliable transportation across the country. He is joined on this bipartisan trucking caucus by Representatives Shomari Figures, the Democrat of Alabama, Harriet Hagman, a Republican of Wyoming, Pat Harrigan, Republican of North Carolina, Doug LaMalfa, Republican of California, and Mary Miller of Illinois. America literally runs on the wheels of our truckers, according to Figures. I'm proud to join this bipartisan effort to prioritize this industry that is the lifeline of our country. Alabama's 2nd Congressional District is home to the Port of Mobile, which is now the deepest in the Gulf. Trucking will be essential to maximizing the port's potential, so it's imperative we recognize how important trucking is to the economy, national resilience, and everyday lives. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association supports the launch of a congressional caucus dedicated to trucking. OIDA welcomes the creation of the Congressional Trucking Caucus and appreciates the leadership of Congressman Taylor and Congresswoman Hagman in giving small business truckers and professional drivers a stronger voice in Washington, says President Todd Spencer. More than 70% of America's freight moves exclusively by truck, and nearly all freight touches a truck at some point. Truckers have a shared interest in improving road safety for all motorists. Our members have first-hand experience with what must be done to make that happen. We look forward to working with the caucus to help Congress understand the realities of the road and advance practical policies that support those professional drivers and highway safety, including improved truck parking, strengthening training standards, ensuring that only qualified drivers get behind the wheel. So it looks like the FRAC group, well, I'm not familiar with them, the Trans-American Trucking, the American Trucking Associations, as well as the Truckload Carriers Association and the Ohio Trucking Association, all on board, throwing their support behind the caucus there in D.C. Quite interesting. All right, who we got on board? Is it Brad?
Oh, buddy, how could you mixed up now? Come on.
The inbred redneck.
Yeah. What are you up to, buddy?
It's been a while since we heard from you. What's been going on? I'm getting ready for Christmas, I guess.
Well, you know how it goes. I get busy on the farm and all that, you know. We had a big harvest this year and, you know, had to put the redneck girls in there a cannon and whatnot. And then I, you know, had other plants to go and, you know, the ones that people hate, you know. I grew 4 of them and got 40 pounds of marijuana, Steve.
Okay.
And that takes a while to get it. You know, people think, well, it just grows and you have to do it, you know, and after it's done growing, it's over with. No, it's like tobacco. You got to cure it, buddy.
Yeah.
You know, so, and that takes a while. You know, you got to control the temperature and everything else if you want to do it right. But, yeah, been doing that, and then, you know, trading the cryptos and stuff, you know. It's been quite a, you know, great fall for me, just to tell you the truth, buddy. Making money hand over fist. But, you know, the reason I called you tonight, Steve, I was out here shopping tonight. You know, getting all the gifts for Christmas.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And you know, don't get me wrong. I like what the orange man does, as some people call him. I call him Donald Trump. But he's flat out lying to people. I mean, and not in a bad way. One thing I've discovered over the years, Steve, is once a price goes up on a certain item,
yes,
especially food or something like that, it's very rare that it ever drops.
Yes, very difficult.
I see no way of these prices dropping. I think America as a whole would be just fine and dandy if the prices just froze where they're at for the time being, and maybe get pumping up Americans that are out there working. You know what I'm saying, bud?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, they got to get these wages up to match inflation. And these are all things that I have very little clue on making it happen, because it's like a wish list for Santa Claus. Everybody talks about it, but nobody can ever get it done. Now, how are you going to make a private company pay somebody more money? But I do have a slight solution, Steve.
Now, say we get, all these illegal immigrants out of the country, it would force the wages to go up.
Yes.
In virtually almost every field. And my advice to old Trumpy baby is kick them on out of here. Now, if you come here legally, I ain't got a problem with it. Now, if you overstayed your little work visa or whatever, it's time for you to go home.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's the only solution. It's time America starts thinking about itself. It's time for us to get off this damn guilt trip. It's like America has been on a guilt trip for the past 10 years, Steve. Oh, we done this and we done that and we got to fix the wrong. No, it's in the past. Move on. It's just like being married, Steve. Now, does your wife still get mad at you because you took apart the damn washing machine 20 years ago and had no solution for it and had to call the repairman? No.
No.
we move on. That is the big problem with this country. And everybody's just standing around looking and waiting for somebody to save you. I've got a secret for everybody out there. These companies don't care about you. The only person that's going to save yourself is yourself. If you ain't figured it out by now, you got to figure out, even if it's almost fruitless. Say, Steve, you just picked up and took some junk out of your house and took it to the flea market and sold it. That, in some way, somehow, is giving you a side hustle. And people have got to get them a side hustle. And then one day that side hustle might turn into your full-time job. I'm living proof of it, Steve. I bought Dogecoin for almost nothing. And I was able to retire on it. So, people, don't look for anybody to save you. You got to do it yourself. You got to take some risks. You got to get out there. And give a few things a shot, It's just like you, Steve. Remember all the stuff that happened there at the Death Star and all that, buddy?
Yeah, how could I forget?
Did you lay down? No. You kept it going, buddy. You kept it going. And I think you're in a better spot now, Steve.
Thanks to Hot Shot Secret. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret. Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. And being, what was it? Being nominated as one of the best overnight shows, Steve. I mean, that's a big deal, buddy.
Hey, we're up there with some of the big names. I think we're at number.
That's right, buddy.
I think we're at number 13, if memory serves. 12, 13, right in there.
Why, who knows, Steve? Hey, I bet you one day you're probably going to beat up the alien dude there. It's on the other late night stuff. You know what I'm talking about, buddy?
Of course I do.
Yeah. Everybody talks about it, but you know how it goes. But yeah. Yeah, I was hearing all that good stuff. I had been kicking back and listening. And hadn't been talking too much. I've been really busy,
All right.
The only thing What's that, bud?
I did want to get your take, your 2 cents on where's Bitcoin going? I mean, there's some analysts saying it may go all the way back down to 10,000. I mean, it's struggling right now, huh?
Well, it's struggling, you know. It dropped to 33%. You know, it was kind of swimming around in the 80s there. People was just losing their minds, you know, which I haven't checked it in about a day because all my trades with Bitcoin, I'm wrapping it up over the holidays, you know. I mean, I've got a few Bitcoin, but I'm looking towards January, Steve. A lot of, like you said, a lot of experts and everything else are saying, you know, we're looking for 250 in January, 250,000. Now, I don't know if that's possible or not, but you know, when everything starts chopping up, there's always readjustments and stuff like that, you know, and some of it is, you know, people just cashing out and saying they're done with it.
Yeah.
Saying, well, this is the top, and then, but you have, you know, nowadays you have, you know, Wall Street buying in on Bitcoin. Big institutional investors. And there's a little bit of price manipulation going on there. But in my mind, Steve, this is my playbook. And it's just my advice to everybody, and people might think I'm crazy. If it drops to 75,000, I'll buy 3 Bitcoin tomorrow if it hits 75,000. A lot of people are talking about, you know, a big Santa Claus rally, snowball rally, you know, kind of goes over into the weekend or through the holidays, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it not surprise me if that happened. Let me try to pull this out of my mind here, Steve. I think it was 2017. Had sort of a similar setup. When the first really big run on Bitcoin happened, people were losing their mind when it hit 17,000. And it got a very similar setup right now, in my opinion. So, you know, the high 125, which 125,000. At this point, I have 2 Bitcoins I've been trading on. And some days, you know, when it's choppy, really bad, I've made as much as $5,000 a day just trading those 2 Bitcoins, you know.
So you're talking about doing like day trading, in and out?
Oh, yeah, Steve. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not like what you would see with, you know, some of these Wall Street deals where they're trading every 10, 15 minutes. Usually I get in 1 or 2 good trades. Then at the end of the day, boom, I watch it sink and buy back in.
How about that?
Yeah. So it's out there. I mean, a man can make some money at it. Because the good thing is, I mean, it's on a 24-hour cycle, but always somebody in the world's going to be sleeping somewhere. And a lot of times the Asian markets dictate a lot of it, you know, what their feeling is, because they're, you know, usually the ones that start the big trends, you know, and let's see, about 3 o'clock in the morning, it's usually when they really get on track and start buying up stuff. So you can kind of see what the market's going to do then. But my personal opinion, if I see it pop up to 175,000, I would not be surprised. And when that moment hits, I'm going to sell it all out.
I don't blame you. In other words, going to cashing in, as you say.
Yeah, you know, because I believe this rally, if it comes, Steve, it's, you know, I told you for a while, you know, he was going to get this drop back during the summer and stuff. But if we have a big run up, it's going to be like the $17,000 top.
Gotcha. Right. And hey, I got to get to my news break here, but Inbred Redneck, hey, thanks for checking in here. And if we don't talk before, have a Merry Christmas. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has announced he will label Venezuela's Maduro regime a foreign terrorist organization and enforce a blockade on sanctioned oil tankers. Tony Waterman has the story.
It's unclear how exactly oil tankers will be stopped from entering or leaving Venezuela, but the U.S. has amassed thousands of troops and nearly a dozen warships in the Caribbean in recent months.
Trump says the pressure will continue until stolen oil, land, and other assets are returned to the U.S. following last week's seizure of a tanker carrying Venezuelan and Iranian oil. Wall Street closed with stocks in the red.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 228 points. The S&P 500 dropped 78 points, and the Nasdaq plummeted 418 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog Heavy Duty
heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Great to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Other industry headlines. Around the country, the list of active emergency declarations continues to grow. The winter storm in the Northeast, a disruption at a Pennsylvania refinery, and now significant flooding in the Pacific Northwest, creating issues in numerous states. The FMCSA declaring a regional emergency on December 12th, covering Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania. That impacts the maximum driving time for property-carrying vehicles being waived through December 26th under that order. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire have also enacted state emergencies related to fuel supply and transportation. Those state declarations were specific to home heating oil and intrastate bulk propane transportation. Then we have New York, Ohio, Vermont, Missouri, the latest states to enact emergencies. You have motor carriers transporting propane throughout New York are granted hours of service relief through Saturday, December 20th. Under New York's order, the 70-hour maximum on-duty period in 8 days is modified to 84 hours. The 60-hour maximum in 7 days is modified to 74. The 14-hour maximum workday is modified to 16. And 8 hours off duty period must be taken to reset the 16-hour position. Yeah, the 34-hour restart modified to 24 hours. Carriers may utilize a 24-hour off-duty period that occurred prior to the date of this order. On-duty time for computation of the 60, 70, or 14-hour rules will not include time spent waiting in a commercial motor vehicle while on the property of a shipper or carrier, loading point, unloading point, or terminal immediately after or preceding loading and unloading operations. Ohio's order addressing propane supply, providing similar relief for intrastate operations. Ohio says drivers must keep a written or electronic copy of the declaration to be eligible. You will not be granted relief without a copy, they say. The waiver for motor carriers delivering propane and home heating oil to homes and businesses in Vermont is effective through January 15. In that state, a copy of the order must indeed be carried by drivers operating under it. Missouri officials citing a disruption of the residential heating fuel supply chain. Propane, natural gas, heating oil are the only petroleum products covered by their exemption. Vehicles transporting those residential heating fuels granted relief from the hours of service requirements through January the 2nd. Now, in Washington State, where we had the Go Now evacuation orders in King County, the levee breach on the White River, flash flood warnings and immediate evacuation orders had been issued along the Green River. Impacts with the electricity, oil, and natural gas, government facilities, and transportation system sectors, according to officials. Numerous state routes have been closed to traffic in the region underwater. Yeah, the state of emergency there, mobilizing up to 300 National Guard personnel that are coordinating with FEMA. Looks like through next Monday, December the 22nd, vehicles delivering livestock feed products and dairy farm products and supplies are granted hours of service relief there in Washington State. Issues in numerous states around the country, but I guess the biggest is the home heating oil and the propane. Did everyone wait to the last minute to place their orders, or what's the deal, Horse Feathers?
Well, it's like everything else, you know. You don't get everything rolling before the storm and the cold gets here, and then once it gets here, then you start delivering a lot more, and we still got the same amount of trucks to replenish the delivery service location. So, they start running out more than what we can bring in, and well, it's got the backlog at the other ends when we try to haul a little more, that when we try to get into places to get loaded, and so it just, I don't know, and then of course we have the weather to deal with. I mean, when we got 6 inches of snow on the ground, we're not really running at all. If we are running, we're not running that fast. So, there's that backlog in that too. It's kind of I hate to say it, but it kind of goes the same way of the prices. Prices have gone up, and so everybody started using the gas. So, well, now all of a sudden, what's got to come in from the back end, is gonna take time to cycle in. But guess what? Now we're getting this 50-degree weather. So by the middle or end of next week, everything's going to be right full again, and we'll just kind of be poking along, trying to do whatever we can do to keep busy and make it look like we're keeping busy. And then the next cold snap will hit, and everybody will suck out a lot real quick, and then they're going to be like, well, can't you fill our tanks? And it's like, well, we can't fill everybody's at the same time, so you all get a little bit and deal with it. But I don't know. So what's up with hours of service there? They're not really giving us any real relief there by the sounds of it. I mean, if you still got to deal with the rest breaks and only 14 hours or 16 hours, then
it's not really what you needed in the relief area there, because what I like to do is a lot of times I only need to stop for like 4 to 6 hours, depending on what it is. And so I like to go out and work, 8, 10, 12 hours. And if wherever I can work it out in that time period to swing back past the house, so then I take 4, 6 hours off, and then I go back out and work another, 8, 10, 12 hours, and just keep working the cycle around like that. And in that period, I usually end up somewhere between 85 to 95 hours in an 8-day period.
Wow.
And it just kind of just cycles along that way. It's like, I hate to say that the guy was right, but minister there, he was saying, if you remember, I think it's 8 3/4. If you work 8 3/4 hours a day, you'll never run out of time in your 70-hour, 8-day clock, because it keeps you just do it on recap. But you can't work more than that amount of time every day, because otherwise, when it cycles back around the next week, if you work more than that on that day, then you have that much less you can work, and then it throws the whole cycle off. But that's kind of the way it works out. And if I can make my week work that I work somewhere between 85 and 90, 95 hours in an 8-day work period, I actually never really feel tired. But I work a little bit on every day. You work every day of the week. And but again, I'll go back to the point that if they were really worried about moving more product down the highway instead of making us work more hours, they would give us the exemption that the non-divisible load get when you buy a permit to haul a dozer or equipment or a generator or whatever heavy piece of equipment, non-divisible load. If they would give us the exemption to haul 90,000 pounds on our 5 axles, that they do that, because we're never loaded to capacity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm riding down the road right now. I have 80% in my trailer. I still have room. I still have another room for another 10, 12, 13% easy. And if they would allow us to haul more product, then every trip we'd actually get more product to every location. So you wouldn't need to really have the hours of service messed up so much. But that's not the way they do it. The only one I deal with in this area in the Mid-Atlantic that does it is the Commonwealth of Virginia. The governor normally writes that in there. But then what happens is because it's done by the Commonwealth instead of the federal government, we're not allowed to take the 90,000 pounds on the interstate. You can run US 11 parallel to Interstate 81 and be legal on the scale, but if you get on 81, then you're overweight.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's a whole game. It's a whole game, and it's all about revenue, and it's all about making money, and it's not about us making money. It's about what the governments can make for money. So, but anyways, that's kind of here or there, but Maryland's not in there, so I'm not really. I haven't even really paid a whole lot of attention to it. Tell you the truth, I haven't even read the stupid thing, because as I say, Maryland not being included. I deliver loads in Maryland, so I have to abide by the normal hours of service. So no matter what I do in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, I can't do anything outside my normal hours, because when I to be able to take the next load back into Maryland, I have to be in compliance with my hours of service.
Right.
So I can't do that. And anyways, as I say, back to playing the game. But hey, I heard you mention NASCAR there. I happened to see a thing, and I think I only screenshotted it. But there was a thing from NASCAR, and I don't, you never know on Facebook if it's really NASCAR or if it's somebody else that's made a page that looks like NASCAR. But they were asking the fans what the fans would like to have happen to actually want to come back and enjoy the sport. And I didn't comment on it because they had thousands of comments, and so probably mine would get lost in the way. But
right.
But my thought on NASCAR is, and it's Mark Martin was kind of saying this partially that I saw one day, is to get rid of this championship system that they have and go back to the old point system where you earn points all season long, and the points you have add up to the end of the year, and your consistency proves that you're the champion for the year. Now if they want to try to refigure a way to award the points, to say you get an extra half a point for being a leader at the halfway in the race, or you get a point for being a leader at the halfway in a race, and add that to consistency that you're the leader in the middle there as well as being the leader at the end. I could see adding some points in that area, but the other thing is you got to bring the cars back to it's the drivers and the mechanics that determine what happened at the to the outcome of the race. This race in IROC all the time instead of NASCAR is really just boring because every car out there has to fit the template.
Yep.
And pretty much the difference from one car to the other manufacturer is the decal they put on the front of the car.
Yep.
It's not the car. It's not the body. They're all the same. They're all the same stamped out IROC. They're all the same horsepower. They're all tuned the same way. They're all used the same parts. Allow teams to let the mechanics make things that hey if they want to come up with a better way to make it work this week, then they make it work.
Mm-hmm.
I think also bring more tire manufacturers in. I mean, instead of just having Goodyear and everybody on the same Goodyear tire, have Hoosier come in. Combine another tire manufacturer so that if you chose the right tires for the track, well, good for you. You did good because you choose the right tires this week. If you didn't choose the right tires, well, then you probably don't do so well. But put some variables in it. Make it so that teams can choose what they're doing, how they want to run, choose their setup. And I can understand them trying to keep them all within the same weight range and kind of the same aerodynamic scheme. But as I think Heatwave said the other day there, Chevrolet really doesn't have a car. I mean, you can't go into the Chevrolet dealership and buy the car that they're driving on the racetrack.
Right.
And so they gotta NASCAR has to bring it back to where there's actually some interest in watching it. And if you have a driver or a team you like, that the reason you like them is because of what they do, not just because of the colors they wear or they're drinking Coca-Cola or they're eating Doritos potato chips or whatever it is that they're that you're not. So I think you understand what I'm trying to get across there. But anyways, make it more interesting. Maybe even get away from just Sunoco gasoline. Bring a couple different manufacturers of gasoline in. Maybe make it so that maybe somebody's octane is a little bit different. Or hey, how about this? How about if you have an additives program? You allow teams to use an additives program. Maybe Hot Shot Secret. There you go. Hot Shot Secret has a team, and maybe it's them other people with the lower quality stuff. What is that one that starts with an A? The A oil. Is it A-hole oil? I don't know. Maybe they let everybody kind of use their own packages. See what works better.
Increased horsepower, compliments of Hot Shot Secret. That's a plan. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Off to work you go there, horse feathers. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, It works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
The tidbit in regards to NASCAR I had come across. Can't recall the exact website. Maybe it's Channel 90. While censorship is a big topic in today's media world, Channel 90 might be the poster child. I believe they're talking Sirius XM. Yes. An interview didn't go the way they hoped after our attorney continued to state fact after fact, even though they tried their best to refute. They have since edited/deleted that interview off their channels because the narrative doesn't fit their beliefs. If that doesn't convince you of the bias, then nothing will. Denny Hamlin posted this tweet last year accusing the Sirius XM NASCAR radio of bias after a tense on-air exchange involving the team's attorney. Now with the legal dust settled and Michael Jordan's camp walking away with a major victory, Hamlin is back. But now he's demanding accountability. His latest tweets are not about defending a lawsuit anymore. They're about calling out the voices who, in his view, rushed to judge and never walked it back. He wasted no time in letting the world know his feelings once the lawsuit dust settled. In a pointed morning tweet, the 2311 Racing co-owner asked the question that he felt had been hanging in the air for months, which is, quote, now that the case is settled and the evidence is out, will you or anyone on Channel 90 be issuing an apology for what you all said about 2311 FRM when the lawsuit was filed? Now, it wasn't subtle. It was not meant to be. That frustration traces back to the Sirius XM NASCAR radio's handling of the lawsuit coverage, particularly an interview featuring 2311 and Front Row Motorsports attorney Jeff Kessler. The interview by Dave Moody. Kessler appeared on the station to explain the antitrust case, but the conversation quickly turned combative. Hosts pushing back on his claims, dismissing the arguments, rather than engaging with them. Denny Hamlin had back then accused Channel 90 of censoring key facts that Kessler laid out, claiming the interview was edited or removed because it didn't fit the network's preferred NASCAR narrative. The tension reflected a broader trend during the lawsuit. Many NASCAR broadcasters publicly aligned themselves with the sport, framing the legal action as reckless or unnecessary. Larry McReynolds, Dave Moody himself were among the most vocal. McReynolds questioned how 2311 and Front Row Motorsports even had the standing to challenge NASCAR, suggesting how dare them for trying to come in and change the sport. 2311 hasn't been around long enough, and Front Row Racing wasn't good enough. He also echoed the familiar refrain, I don't know what their problem is. 13 other teams signed it. Kenny Wallace and his NASCAR fans are sticking up, defending Denny Hamlin. We'll finish up with that right after the news break here, because I see we're at the top of the hour, closing out hour number 2. Okay, rolling into where are we at? Thursday, Friday Eve, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump told the nation the U.S. is no longer a laughingstock.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it.
While speaking from the White House during this evening's address, he said he inherited a struggling economy and has turned it around, highlighting his immigration policies and what he called the strongest border in U.S. history. President Trump has announced he will label Venezuela's Maduro regime a foreign terrorist organization and enforce a blockade on sanctioned oil tankers. Tony Waterman has the story.
It's unclear how exactly oil tankers will be stopped from entering or leaving Venezuela, but the U.S. has amassed thousands of troops and nearly a dozen warships in the Caribbean in recent months.
Trump says the pressure will continue until stolen oil, land, and other assets are returned to the U.S. following last week's seizure of a tanker carrying Venezuelan and Iranian oil. One of the men accused of killing 15 people in the Australia mass shooting faces murder and terrorism charges.
One of the suspects was shot to death after Sunday's attack. Police say the other was also shot and just woke up from a coma Tuesday afternoon. The two men, reportedly father and son, are accused of killing at least 15 people and wounding dozens more in a shooting attack at a Jewish celebration on Bondi Beach in Sydney. Police say the surviving attacker will be charged with murder, committing a terrorist act, and dozens of other charges. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice has charged a Florida clinic and a California telehealth firm in a $100 million scheme to illegally distribute Adderall. The Department of Justice says Doan Global and Mindful Mental Wellness marketed the ADHD drug to people who didn't need it, allegedly distributing over 40 million pills through aggressive online subscription sales. Multiple charges, including conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud, have been filed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The Oklahoma Supreme Court ruled that the State Board of Education under former Superintendent Ryan Walters violated the Open Meetings Act in approving new social studies standards. Last-minute changes added religious content and claims about the 2020 election without proper public notice.
We're very pleased with the court's decision.
Alex Lukanitzer, Associate Vice President and Associate Legal Director of Americans United for Separation of Church and State, speaking there with KOCO. The search is still on for the suspect wanted for the shooting at Brown University in Rhode Island.
Officials in the state Tuesday released new video of the man who may have shot and killed 2 students and wounded 9 others. It again shows someone dressed in black walking along a street around the time of the shooting at the Ivy League school on Saturday. Providence Chief of Police Oscar Perez hopes someone in the public recognizes a man's body type and the way he walks. Perez says they've received around 200 tips in connection to the case. Rhode Island Governor Daniel McKee says he's hearing a great deal of anxiety from the public, and that's why there are enhanced police patrols in the city. I'm Kristen Marks.
The Rolling Stones will not be hitting the road in 2026.
Variety reports that the legendary rock band has canceled plans for a European tour after Keith Richards couldn't commit to it. Richards turns 82 years old on Thursday and has battled arthritis in recent years. The Stones last toured in 2024 when they played 20 dates in North America. A band spokesperson recently said that the Stones are close to completing a new album. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, as we get into a new hour off and rolling here. We'll say hello to Drummer Girl. 30 degrees in northeast Philly tonight. I hope all this snow melts before it rains Friday, or we're going to see some flooding. And by the way, the mail volume is really down this year. Interesting. Postal service kind of slow, huh? You know, nobody sends Christmas cards anymore, right? It used to be gangbuster with Christmas cards. I don't think we've got a Christmas card one to date for this year. Well, hello to 5-7. Copy the mail. Go Navy. Good morning. You said the old adage of what wins on Sunday, you're referencing NASCAR, what wins on Sunday sells on Monday. Well, not so much anymore. What wins on Sunday is not available on Monday. That's right. So much for stock car. They're not stock cars. Good morning to the Guardian of Chaos. 32 degrees here in Connecticut. Monday we were in the teens. Friday we're going to be in the mid-50s. We are on a yo-yo right now. Okay. Real quick, let me finish up with Denny Hamlin not mincing any words. 2311. Front row calling for an apology from the NASCAR channel. Kenny Wallace spoke out, backing Denny here. He said, if you remember during day one of the trial, NASCAR personality Kenny Wallace noticed something that bothered him pretty bad. Speaking on his YouTube channel, he questioned why some of the sport's most embedded media voices seem to be treating the day like business as usual. He did not mince words, stating, so here we are on December 1st, and this time it's real and nobody can ignore it. I think of Dave Moody today. I think of Larry McReynolds. His frustration was rooted in hostility, but not hostility, but disbelief. How, he says, could major NASCAR platforms act like this trial wasn't happening? While the story carried worldwide implications, he framed it as a matter of responsibility, with the Daytona 500 approaching and the sport's structure under legal scrutiny. Ignoring the courtroom drama felt dishonest. Can you act like today's a normal day, he says? Can you act like it's none of our business? Well, it's worldwide. Many fans echoed that sentiment days later, turning their frustration directly toward McReynolds and Moody. Some, similar to Denny Hamlin, demanding apologies for earlier criticism of 2311 in front row motorsports. Few believed one would actually come. Are we demanding an apology? Yes. Should he apologize? Absolutely. Will he? Hell no, said one fan. Another piled on, stating, I have a better chance of getting a date with Sydney Sweeney than anyone getting an apology from Larry Mack or Dave Moody. All right. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive Knucklebuster checks in here as we get another hour underway. What do you say?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. This is a great day of the week there. Another greatest day of the week there, because I'm at the house now and I don't have to go get back in the big truck anymore. So let's get that Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. That is before I forget it again like I did last night. So, well, you know they're putting fake gear shifts in electric vehicles, Steve?
Fake gear shifts?
Yeah, Porsche is adding fake gear shifts to their electric vehicles.
Okay.
You know, them electric vehicles, they operate just like a sewing machine. You push down on the pedal, and the harder you push on that pedal, the faster it goes, right?
Right.
So, but yes, I mean, why put a fake one in there? You know, that just doesn't make much sense there. Horse feathers, you can look for the official blue check mark on social media. Hot Shot Secrets has the official blue check mark. So does NASCAR. And I saw this from the Nashville Predators, Steve, on their official website with the blue check mark. Nick Saban is joining the Nashville Predators group and the management there. So how about that one? You reckon he's going to make some money off of that one?
Right.
Well, here's keep the big one between the ditches and the little one in your britches. After years of decline, syphilis is quietly making a comeback, with rates now higher than at any time since the 1950s. Make you wonder about cheating on these pals there, right? Well, I saw where one cheater reached out to another cheater. Jim Harbaugh said it's a tragedy, but he's been in touch with Michigan coach Sharon Moore since his firing there. So, I mean, hell, I'm not impressed with Harbaugh the way he cheated all the time. They're sending people over to y'all's sidelines there. Did you know archaeologists just pried open the living room floor and found 40,000 ancient Roman coins over in Senones, France, Steve?
Really?
Yep. They weighed 183 pounds. Some have been deposited in the necks of the jugs even after the containers were buried. So that's, I mean, you and I can't ever get that lucky, can we?
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah. All right, well, y'all buy some Seville products, Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. Y'all make sure you call Steve at 844-844-3388. Steve, did y'all talk about that overhyped semi-truck that smashed into 6 bridges on one road trip?
I don't recall touching on that, no.
Yeah, well, you can just show. Here, I'll send. It's off of the drive is where I saw it at. I think some of the others, and then there was a truck driver that was wrongly detained through the consent of AI.
Yes, I did.
He's now soon.
I did see that one. I haven't shared it, but I did see that yesterday. How about that?
Yeah. Now he's gonna have a lot of money there. So, but anyway, I'll email this thing to you on the drive on your break there. So, all right, you're doing a good show this morning, buddy. Me and Ziggy are at the house together, and we're fixing to go to bed.
All right, well, get some good rest there, Knucklebuster, and thanks for checking in this early Thursday. All right, 'tis the season, right? All the love, all the joy, festive gatherings with loved ones and friends, the hallmark of the season. It's the holidays. But research worth remembering reveals all that cheer can come with serious risks, depending on where you celebrate. In Vermont, despite the picturesque winter landscapes, ranks as the most dangerous state to spend Christmas. According to data compiled by the healthcare staffing platform NERSA, the study scored 45 states on a 10-point danger scale, analyzing fatal injuries, alcohol-related incidents, car accidents, arrests, emergency-related Google searches, house fires, snow probability. Now, it was Alabama, Alaska, Hawaii, Louisiana, and South Carolina that were left out due to incomplete data being available. Vermont earned an 8.55 out of 10 danger score, just over 3 points higher than the safest state, which was, Knucklebuster, it was Mississippi. Mississippi scored a 5.44. Emergency room visits spike by up to 20% during the holiday season compared to average days, straining healthcare systems already managing typical winter health crisis. The data shows distinct geographical patterns in Christmas-related dangers, they say. Northern states generally facing higher risk scores versus their southern counterparts. Vermont's top ranking from multiple risk factors working together. State fire departments reported 25 structure fires on Christmas Day last year. Yes, state records, 72.4 accidental fatal injuries per 100,000 people annually. A near certain 98.6% chance of snow on Christmas Day makes travel treacherous, puts folks at risk for cold weather injuries. Residents consume 3.06 gallons of alcohol per person annually in that state. 19.6% drink excessively. However, fatal car accidents actually decreased by 5.2% in December of 23 compared to other months, with only one fatal crash on Christmas Day. Wisconsin comes in second place with an 8.45 danger score. That state recorded 16 structure fires on Christmas Day last year. The state logs 71.5 accidental fatal injuries per 100,000 residents. December of last year saw 9,900 Google searches for food poison symptoms, 880 searches for the Heimlich maneuver in the state of Wisconsin alone. Yeah, police made 14,289 arrests throughout the month of December, ranking them 13th highest for Christmas crime. Top two on the list. So Vermont, Wisconsin, obviously northern tier, you're going to have more issues with road conditions, right? All right, coming up, we'll get to Philip Eagle on the horizon. Send your heat wave and room for you on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hey, we got the heads up from Philip earlier this week, advising us to pay attention to the confirmation hearing of Jared Isaacman, which indeed was confirmed this past day to be the new NASA administrator, ending a rather tumultuous nomination process, placing a Trump-aligned leader in charge with the space agency as we push to return to the moon and, of course, compete with China in space. The Senate voted 67 to 30 to confirm Isaacman, elevating the entrepreneur to lead the space agency after a on-again, off-again nomination process. Isaacman is a close associate of Elon Musk of SpaceX. He was first nominated back in late last year, only to have the nomination withdrawn in May. During that feud between the White House and Elon Musk, as you recall, then the president renominated him early last month, and he cleared the Senate Commerce Committee before ultimately winning final approval from the full Senate this past day. They say this matters because NASA plans to accelerate the Artemis program and try to maintain U.S. leadership in space amid the growing competition from China. China has publicly targeted putting men on the moon, or people, a crew on the moon, shall we say, by the end of the decade. So within the next 5 years. That's a pretty quick process. Welcome aboard, Philip.
Morning, buddy. Yeah, he's gonna be bringing in a lot more commercial folks. I think that you're going to see a lot more commercial companies coming in with him. You're going to get away from the NASA pulling the big budget like we've been doing forever. I'm kind of interested, though, Steve, to see what this SLS thing's going to be, how it's going to handle up with Artemis and stuff, and how he's going to make it, because those programs are way behind compared to SpaceX. And he paid for a couple of those flights there. The flights say he got out of the capsule, the one flight. So I think have you looked at him before, Steve?
So you see the one that kind of came out of the hatch and kind of stood there for a minute?
Oh, yeah. He did a little bit more than go out the hatch. I mean, he went out all the way just about. And he's one of the astronauts that to do that, go outside the spacecraft like that, they had to take the oxygen out of their body and start pumping in other elements to make them breathe so they could survive it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a little bit more involved than what it was about, but I'll tell you what, it's not something I would want to do. And he's a very smart man. I think he's going to bring a lot more to the agency. The only problem with it is some people will say it's a conflict of interest because of his deal with Elon, and is SpaceX going to get more clout, when contracts come up? Because Starship, the plan for Starship, actually, another route is it's going to be the lander for the moon. It's going to be the unit that goes down on the moon. And they've got that contract. So it's going to be interesting. Got a lot more stuff happening at the Cape. We've got more launch pads being built out there. We got more stuff going on there. Not to mention Elon's stuff going on in Texas. I mean, that's status quo. They're keeping on, and I wouldn't be surprised Elon launches his next one right after the first of the year, or a little bit after.
Wow.
Because he's coming along really well with that launch pad. It's almost done. And they're doing testing. Think about this. They built a booster. They had the one booster that kind of imploded itself, about a month ago. And they have built, literally in a month, the next one. And it's almost done. So they will probably be launching after the first of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it'll be at the beginning of January, but we might see it like in the middle of January or toward the end. So they're coming around real long with Starship. It was interesting earlier, not to change the subject, but to hear Inbred Redneck talking about Bitcoin and all that. And that's something else I alluded to at the beginning of the week, that the market is that way with day trading and investors and whatnot. They're going in, they're making their, they set an amount that they're going to make. They stay in for so long, they get out, and that's how the money's made. That's essentially how everything is in the market. I know yesterday when I checked on it, I'm not sure what the market ended up yet yesterday, but when I was checking on it a little bit here and there, it was down. It's been all over the board, and gonna be an interesting 26 because of a lot of people that are going to get different jobs. I mean, we talked about the Fed chair possibly might be changing. Trump might put a new person in there. Steve, what are your feelings about this blockade down in Venezuela?
I think it's rather interesting. Obviously, it's about trying to get Maduro. I guess he wants him to step down, and they, hold another election there. Yeah, what they don't recognize Maduro as the actual president there. They pretty much stole the election.
Absolutely. One thing that kind of concerns me, and it concerns quite a few people that I've talked to about this, is now we know about Russia and Ukraine. We know that situation. And a lot of people think they're kind of comparing this to that as well. That we're kind of like the big dominant force going in and taking over a little country, but we're not. But there's a lot of talk about this beginning of war because of it being a blockade. I don't know if you heard that rhetoric about that.
I've seen all the different, the ins, the outs. I mean, you don't put that kind of a military force in position for no reason, do you?
No, you don't. And you know as well as I do, buddy, you're not going to get something out of the deal. You're not going to put that kind of stuff in there. When you take the big guns and put everything down there, we got lots of stuff down there from the Navy. And you don't take big guns like that down there unless you're going to gain some kind of something out of the deal. And that's what I'm kind of seeing here. There's something in the deal that Trump's going to get out of this, putting all that weaponry down there. Why we've got tankers flying across the pathways of passenger airplanes.
Refueling tankers. You got the largest aircraft carrier in the fleet and so much more. Hey, we got to pause. Hold the thought. We'll pick up there. Following the news break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has announced he will label Venezuela's Maduro regime a foreign terrorist organization and enforce a blockade on sanctioned oil tankers. Tony Waterman has the story.
It's unclear how exactly oil tankers will be stopped from entering or leaving Venezuela, but the U.S. has amassed thousands of troops and nearly a dozen warships in the Caribbean in recent months.
Trump says the pressure will continue until stolen oil, land, and other assets are returned to the U.S. following last week's seizure of a tanker carrying Venezuelan and Iranian oil. Wall Street closed with stocks in the red.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 228 points. The S&P 500 dropped 78 points, and the Nasdaq plummeted 418 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Line's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Welcome back. So we left off referencing the Trump administration trying to get the socialist leader Maduro out there in Venezuela. Yeah, so apparently this past day word comes down the administration's, I guess, behind the scenes, been talking to the major oil companies about whether they would actually return to Venezuela after his removal. According to Politico, the industry response has been overwhelmingly negative, according to several familiar with the discussions. Obviously, as the tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela are rapidly ratcheting up. The president announcing a blockade of Venezuelan oil tankers, tightening sanctions, willingness to expand military and counter-narcotics operations to cripple the regime. The previously unreported outreach underscores the White House's planning for a post-Maduro Venezuela as pressure on the regime intensifies on multiple fronts. Of course, global oil markets are central to these calculations. Right now, the lower prices give the president unusual flexibility to escalate action without risking politically a big-time spike in gas prices. U.S. benchmark crude hovered about $56 a barrel this week. Those same depressed prices are a major reason that the oil companies don't see much need. Very little upside in risking billions of dollars to rebuild Venezuela's crumbling oil infrastructure. One familiar with the discussion said that there's been early outreach to industry leaders, interest minimal, given the fact that there are cheaper, safer opportunities elsewhere. Several others familiar with the effort said the administration only recently began initiating conversations and has not made any sort of a formal push, but all of these were granted anonymity to discuss the internal deliberations. This outreach led by the State Department with the assistance from a guy, Evan Romero, a former executive at the state-owned oil company, Petróleos de Venezuela. He now works as a consultant in Houston. Yes, the president's kind of PO'd that all the U.S. operations that were there in Venezuela, when initially it was, wasn't it Hugo Chavez that nationalized and kind of took over all the oil operations there, and President Trump feels like those were our assets that were stolen from us. But all right, welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, it's going to be, I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it. The Russians have went down there and tried to get the oil. Venezuela has a lot of things for us that we could get down there. The gold, the oil, there's a lot of minerals, and I think that's what it's about. And it's all about money. We know that. That's what makes the world go round. And I think there's some more out of it that we're going to get out of it than that. As far as the oil, did I hear you correctly? Tell me that price again that you said oil, Brent crude was?
It's been averaging about $56 a barrel this week. I think it went up a bit yesterday. We were at Brent was at $59.91. West Texas was $56.24.
Okay, well, it's very well known that anybody pays attention to oil and fuel and whatnot, that when something like that goes down below $60 a barrel, everybody starts squirming.
Yep.
Because especially the Permian Basin and a lot of places, when it goes below $60 a barrel, that means we're losing money in the oil industry. Okay? And that's scary stuff. Now, supply and demand, you got to look at it as well, too. We got a few more cars out there that are not burning oil now. And it's a lot more cars. And that was brought off by the previous administration. And that technology is going another route as well to get away from lithium. A lot of those cars, those electric cars now, they're looking at different minerals like nickel and stuff to run those batteries instead of lithium, because we've seen the problems that we've had with the lithium batteries. Even the big trucks that Tesla's working on are not going to have lithium batteries. They're going to have nickel batteries in them. So there's going to be some big changes with it. Now, that's what's driven it down, too. But why would you risk taking all your folks down there to drill a well when you can do it right by the house? There's no reason to take somebody down there in Venezuela, risk getting them hurt to pull oil out of the ground. There is a lot of oil reserves around the United States that haven't even been explored yet. And President Trump can look at that. He's trying to hold back on that. And I think the person that's holding back on that a lot, that's helping him, is Marco Rubio. Because a lot of the stuff that's happening that he could get those reserves, and it's been talked about, is in Florida. We've got a lot of stuff sitting off both sides of our state. And it's there. We can get it. They know it. Logically, they've seen it. They know it, that it's there.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is people don't want that stuff in areas where there's tourism. And they don't want to see those eyesores out there, especially when you own a $1 billion house in Palm Beach. It's going to be really interesting what happens with this Venezuelan thing. And also, Steve, think about this. You've got F-18s that are turning on their transponders over Curacao and all these South American countries. They're flying everywhere and turning the transponders on. We've never done that on our military aircraft. The transponders have been hooked up with the military stuff, and that's it. They've never been on the civilian side of the deal, and they're doing that now. Especially now, I wonder what's going to happen after this air tanker flies in front of a passenger plane. Are those air tankers going to be throwing their transponders on too so they can be seen on FlightAware? There's a lot of questions about this, and we're just going to have to sit back and watch and see what happens with the economy. 26 is going to be a big year for the economy. We're either going to fly or we're going to sink, and I hope we don't sink. So we're just going to have to sit back and watch the party, so to speak. So, but that's all I got today. I appreciate your time. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Philip, have a great morning. Thank you so much. Let me see. Oil prices, they say, rallied by about 2% yesterday, Wednesday, after the announcement of that complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers leaving or entering Venezuela. Brent crude up 99 cents to 59.91. West Texas up 97 cents to 56.24. Oil prices settled near 5-year lows in the previous session, as there's been some progress in the Russia-Ukraine peace talks. A deal may see Western sanctions on Moscow eased, freeing up supply, even as the market grapples with fragile global demand. But with that order of a blockade on Tuesday, he now regarded the nation's rulers as a foreign terrorist organization, the Maduro regime. Russian risks are well telegraphed, but there are clear risks to the Venezuelan oil supply, according to one analyst. Okay, it's unclear how many tankers are going to be affected and how the U.S. is going to impose the blockade, and whether the president will turn to the Coast Guard to maybe interdict vessels like he did last week. Obviously, in recent months, we've moved a lot of military might warships into the region. But Venezuelan oil production right now accounts, they say, for about 1% of global output. There's a small group of buyers, mainly Chinese teapot refiners, the U.S. and Cuba, according to oil analyst at Kepler. All right, let me see. Eagle checks in here. Oh, boy. It's morning, Eagle. Sawing logs, big time. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Oh, well, I missed a lot of things. Of course, it wasn't for the lack of trying. So Trump got on and he was talking about me, my number one, me, my. Is that what I understand? It was kind of a me fest on there? Or was he actually talking about the issues that are concerning all of us as far as the economy, the budgets? What was the...
my understanding, I mean, the understanding I've got, the breakdown is it was all about the economy, getting prices to come down. There was no mention of Venezuela. I was very surprised about that.
Well, okay. Well,
he did announce he announced a Christmas bonus for all active military. Checks are on the way for $1,776 for all active duty military. $1,776.
Well, that's very patriotic, isn't it?
Yes.
Going by the Sinclair here in Phoenix, and where the hell am I at? Flagstaff. Well, they got their Christmas lights out and everywhere, so that's nice. Yeah, I was listening to an old radio show of I can't even think of the damn name of this radio show, but Philip Marlowe, that's what it was. And they were doing at the time, it was the updated version of A Christmas Story, or, yeah, something like that, with Scrooge and whatnot. And I mean, I tell you what, you listen to that old-time radio on Radio Classics there on Sirius XM 148, and every now and then there's going to be a show that just kind of makes you feel, just like right there, bring a tear to your eye, and you think of what we would consider the simpler times, but those simpler times compared to today were probably harder because, they didn't have computers, they didn't have, the medicines, they didn't have the luxuries of what we have today. It just, just some folks will say, gee, I wish I could live back then, and then they would probably go back then and go, I want to live back in the future. But, that's the stories that they had for the radio back then. I mean, that was all right. Comedian, drama, mystery. I mean, it's fantastic. Well, we're on our way to Sacramento, and it's be nice to get there, turn around, and come back. And we'll have about 5,000 miles in 4.5 days, which is pretty dadgum good. I don't know, really don't have a whole lot. So that, I don't know, did I mention anything about you having, did you say you had an Android phone?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we've already talked about the upgrade that they did with
your
with
iPhone.
the Apple.
You don't like it.
I really do not like it because I don't know when, when I lose a signal, when someone cuts me off, or, it's just, like I said, I feel like a homeless person in New York City just talking to himself, thinking he's talking to somebody. But yeah, I really do not like the upgrades. So there was what the hell is it? Trucker OG. Did I mention that yesterday? I don't know if I did or not.
It's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, they're the ones that are, I don't know what they're trying to do, but it seems like they have more sympathy for the illegal alien drivers that we have out here on bad CDLs. So it doesn't matter how many years they've driven. If they can't read English, then they're losing their livelihood, and they're basically saying that ain't fair. Well, what is fair? We have to go and get tested. We have to get tested for our English proficiency has to be pretty good because we have to talk to somebody and say, hey, there's an issue here, send emergency or send somebody to take a look at it. We have to know what's going on ahead. We have to be able to do our hazmats, pass a background check for that. And then you get these people here that don't speak a word of English, or they can speak 1 out of 100 words. They look at a road sign, they're not going to understand what it says. I mean, hell, some of the signs out here, I only see half of them, and of the half I see, I only read half. And I have to guess what the other one is, or, you're just going by so fast, especially in a car. But, I mean, really, I have no sympathy for an illegal alien who's got a license through illicit means. And I have no pity for a state that has done that and is getting their highway funds taken away from them. I have no pity. You either go by what the rules are in the books, or you just flat out don't issue. licenses. I don't see what the problem is.
Yep.
So,
and
anyways,
we said earlier this week, New York, the audit said New York, more than 50% of their non-domiciled CDLs have been issued illegally.
Well, I think I would think that you have a federal takeover of a state-run industry like that or business office. Why can they not just follow the damn directives of what's in the DOT? That just really ticks me off. So, but other than that, so what's the NASCAR thing? They want an apology for getting edited. That what happened? Did they win their case, or is it still in litigation?
Well, no, NASCAR lost. 23-11 came out the winner, and Hamlin, he's a part of the winning side, and their PO, they got all that criticism, and some of the comments about how dare you even try to go after NASCAR like this. So, Larry McReynolds. And what's his name? Dave Moody, the other guy. All right, coming up, let me see here. Brain Dead will have some thoughts on that. Let me get to Pappy first. Probably some thoughts on Dan Bongino. How about that?
What's going on, Steve? How about that? I'll be happy to have him back on the air, quite honest about it, Steve, because I'm telling you, they got his hands tied. They are not allowing him to do what he wanted to do. I guarantee you that's why he's stepping down.
Now, do you think he'll be able to discuss some of that when he gets out?
No.
No? Okay.
No. He might be able to bounce the ball around a little bit, and I don't know, but he's a man of integrity. He's not going to give up anything that would hurt the administration, or a lot of it's classified anyway. So
right.
I'm sure he'll have some things to say. We just didn't see eye to eye. Not talking about Trump. Now him and Cash Patel. Now listen, they were buddies, man. Listen for the tone, how he talks maybe about Cash. If he, and I don't know, Steve, if he would even throw Cash under the table if Cash ain't doing a good job. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm you hear this all the time. If you're a general or a high-ranking admiral in the Pentagon or whatever, and you do not agree with the president's way of doing things, you resign. You don't do like General Milley and call the Russians up and tell them, "Hey, don't worry about it, man.
Yeah.
I got the codes. Don't. So you do the honorable thing and you resign, and that's what Bongino's doing. Because I'm telling you, Steve, there's some shenanigans going on with this Charlie Kirk deal. We talked about it a little bit. And Candace Owens, Steve, I mentioned it the other night. I don't know what's going on with her, man. She's off the deep end. I always liked her. I don't know what her problem is. Flat out coming out, making accusations that are just crazy without no evidence. Erica Kirk had something to do with it. Turning Point had something to do with it. His security team, the Israelis, every generals meeting in a hangar. Steve, she should be ashamed of herself as far as I'm concerned. Lost my train of thought there. But, yeah, so I don't know if he's going to come out and really bash cash. We'll see what he says. I think his beef is probably more with the DOJ, honestly. And remember, you read an email that he put out. He made a comment. I don't know if it was an email, but he made a comment. I can't remember exactly what it was, but like, man, you have no idea how bad it really is.
Mm-hmm.
Blockade. Steve, listen. This whole Venezuelan thing, let's just cut to the chase. Yeah, it's about fentanyl. Yeah, it's about getting him out of there. The bottom line is, Steve, I mean, it's about a couple things. Said the Democrats are being ran by some of these cartel members there. They got their paws in there. But the big kahuna here is China. I told you a couple years ago, at least a year ago, that China has got big plans, or had big plans to build some big naval bases down in the Southern America there. And Venezuela was right in the thick of things there. So this is Trump attacking the globalists. Make no mistake about it, and attacking China. Make no mistake about it. This blockade, these oil tankers that are delivering illegal oil to Iran, it's going to put a stop to it, which is like Kennedy put a blockade in the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Right.
Wasn't going to let the missiles come in. You consider it an act of war? Is it really? I don't know. Could be. Wasn't considered an act of war when we did it to Cuba.
Right. And right there, we got to pause as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump announced a warrior dividend for military this Christmas.
And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago.
During this evening's White House address, he said every service member will receive $1,776, crediting the tariffs, and added nobody deserves it better than our military. A stuntman who worked with Rob Reiner and Nick Reiner 10 years ago said there was tension between the two on the set of a film they were making together.
Eric Aude told KTLA TV Nick Reiner did not seem to appreciate his father's help.
Like, everything's too cool for me. I'm over this, and I could tell that his father was there trying, doing this for him. I mean, his father's directing his own movie.
The movie, Being Charlie, was written by Nick Reiner based on his own struggles with addiction. He's now behind bars accused of murdering his parents over the weekend inside their Los Angeles home. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. Senate has passed a $901 billion National Defense Authorization Act in a bipartisan 77-20 vote. The bill, the largest defense policy measure in U.S. history, now heads to President Trump's desk after a strong House approval. New data shows 20% of older drivers admit to driving while high on marijuana.
Researchers reported findings in the journal Drug and Alcohol Dependence that showed 20% of those 50 and older went behind the wheel at least once in the last year while high. The study involved a survey of more than 3,300 people. Researchers say there's been a lot of effort to reduce driving while high among young people, but findings show it's a cross-generational issue. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks in the red.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 228 points. The S&P 500 dropped 78 points, and the Nasdaq plummeted 418 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson says the state is seeing some of the most devastating flooding in state history.
More than 60 highways were all closed due to flooding, downed trees, and mudslides. The governor working to get millions of dollars for initial assistance.
Be profound from a financial standpoint.
He added residents need to listen to any and all evacuation orders.
For God's sakes, follow it.
Mayor General Jen Walsh with the Washington National Guard.
We still have approximately 250 soldiers and airmen helping with this response. They filled over 15,000 sandbags. They're preventing people from driving down dangerous roads, and they're going door to door to help with evacuations.
I'm Monica Nelson.
Another film and production studio is breaking ground in New Jersey. Officials say it's turning the Garden State into Hollywood East.
Netflix continues to work on its massive studios in Fort Monmouth. Lionsgate is in Newark South Ward, and now Bayonne will be home to a future facility, this one managed by Paramount. It will be called 1888 Studios, named after the year Thomas Edison invented the first motion picture camera in New Jersey. The 60-acre site used to be home to old oil refineries. Governor Phil Murphy says once complete, it will become one of the largest film studios in all of North America. Jonathan O'Halloran, New Jersey.
Two people face first-degree burglary charges after being caught inside of a St. Louis church with a pile of scrapped copper pipes. Authorities say 60-year-old Willie Davis and 27-year-old Sharon Kiles broke in through a boarded-up window. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yes, indeed. We roll into a Thursday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. The 18th day of November. I saw a post this past evening. I guess today is kind of an anniversary date. The date Brother Rambler lost his little brother several years back. And I was thinking, yeah, this is the anniversary, the 18th of December, the date my grandfather passed away. It's an easy day to remember because it was 1 week to the day before Christmas. Yeah, and I was there by his side. He would have been 101 years old on November 29th if he was still around. All right, we left off with Pappy there. We're talking about Venezuela, the complete blockade. So I didn't realize that, I hadn't thought along the lines that this has more to do with China than many of us had any understanding.
Absolutely, Steve. That's the big cookie here, right? China's the big cookie here, and the rest just falls into place.
Mm-hmm.
Helps us out also. Listen, he's putting a squeeze on Chavez. That's all there is to it, Steve. This man will be gone one way or another. What if you can't deliver his product? If Chavez can't deliver his product, i.e., fentanyl oil, the cash flow stops. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
What's he going to do, Steve? Declare war on the United States for putting a blockade on his country?
Right.
I don't think so. One way or another, come push, come shove, either he is going to agree. He keeps saying he's not. He's either going to agree, take some money with him, and go live somewhere, live happily ever after, let him walk off in the sunset, and walk away from Venezuela, and hopefully get a true election down there and turn it around. One last word on Bongino, Stephen. I wanted to bring this up because I talked about it right after Charlie Kirk's assassination. And daggone it, it is what it is. There was confirmation that several in the trans community made statements days prior to Charlie Kirk being assassinated that the man was going to be dead.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I recall.
Just like Johnson made the comment that after Friday or come Saturday, it's not going to matter because Kennedy will be dead. So, word has it, Cash brought in 10 people, interviewed 10 people that they know uttered them words either through the internet, social media, text messaging, or whatever, made them statements. And he decided not to charge any of them. That could be the last straw for Bongino. That could be why he's walking away.
Mm-hmm.
My first thought is Bongino should have been put in charge of the Secret Service, which he had a better understanding of how that place was run. He was high up,
Yeah.
Steve. Make no mistake about it. He was high up in the Secret Service. I just thought I'd throw that out there. I took enough of your time. I appreciate it. Everybody stay safe. Appreciate you taking the call, Steve.
All right, thank you much, as always. Pappy, good to have you with us. Well, here we go. Is it more like a Monday or a Tuesday? What day is it, Brain Dead?
I'm lost too, Steve, because I thought today was Wednesday, but when I heard you say it was Thursday, it kind of threw me for a loop because last night I was off, which is my normal Monday. So maybe Horse Feathers could help me figure that out later on. But hey, is tomorrow morning your last morning before Christmas, or are you going to have a few extra days next week?
I'll be here Monday and Tuesday next week at this point, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. I've been meaning to ask you, and I am forgetting, but no, what was it that Horse Feathers was saying about with this different sponsorship and whatnot? Because I caught the tail end of that conversation.
Oh, I guess he saw like an online thing where supposedly NASCAR was asking the fans what they would like to see NASCAR do, to bring fans back into racing. He was just kind of sharing his 2 cents on what he'd like to see him do.
I'll have to go back to the replay and catch that. But no, the day Dale Sr. hit the wall is the day NASCAR started the slow decline. Because Dale Earnhardt was like, he was like the general that ran the operations. There were Richard Childress on the stand recounted a whole lot of stories about it, and I over the years I've heard stories. And speaking of Richard Childress, there's supposedly a non-disclosure lawsuit been filed against NASCAR about this whole trial, that he was forced to testify under oath and break the NDA agreement. So whether or not that comes to fruition, I don't know. I haven't seen it happen yet, but I know that it's been heavily rumored by a few of the good sources that I use. But no, really in 2006 is when NASCAR started dying really fast. It's when they came out with that whole chase playoff format. And the reason they did that is for entertainment purposes. That was one of the things that was heavily discussed with this trial. It was entertainment. And I'm like, if I want to watch sports entertainment, I go watch WWE. I come here for racing. I come here for competition. It's like going to a baseball game. You don't go there because it's entertainment. You go there because it's a game. You watch it because it's the game. You follow your team because you're dedicated, hard-time fan, which, Knucklebuster, I need to correct you. Nick Saban is minority owner with the Predators, not in management. So.
Okay.
But anyway, getting rid of the chase format would be helpful. Getting the drivers to be more interactive with fans. If you go back and look 20 years ago, like I've said 100 times, they would have a Walmart or a Kroger store open or whatnot, and here's a little show car, and the little NASCAR cars set up. You go through a display at a grocery store. There's all the little cardboard cutouts of Dale Sr. or insert driver that's promoting the product. Right now, you don't have it. You don't really have it at all, and that's one of the things that NASCAR and the drivers have lost touch with. The drivers are the ones the fans are the ones that's paying their salary through the sponsors, and there's probably a few other things, but that's not the number one thing that I could come up with. And they have been kicking around a different idea as far as playoff format, chase format to bring back the excitement. I've seen about 4 different ideas that has been proposed, but like I said, it's up to NASCAR to figure out what the heck they want to do, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So now on to the whole Dave Moody.
Yeah.
Dave Moody and Larry McReynolds are both very heavily NASCAR yes men. Whatever NASCAR says, yes, you're right. Yes. And they're going to protect NASCAR at all costs. The reason being, Dave Moody works for MRN Radio. MRN Radio is owned by NASCAR. So now you can see where the connection with all of that comes into play. And I do remember some of what they were saying because I don't have Sirius XM to listen to it. I know there's some people out there that do, but I didn't quite hear all the comments that was made back and forth, and they're not fair and neutral like the Athletic or any of the other publications are. So, and quite honestly, Denny needs to chalk it up to the game. They're not going to be. They're not going to come out and apologize. I mean, it would literally take a gun to their head, literally, to get them to apologize for anything.
Mm-hmm.
So
not going to.
But by the way,
so as the other guy said, I'd have a better chance of getting a date with Sydney Sweeney than getting an apologize.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, but Kenny Wallace, he's had it dead on the head. I mean, even Mark Martin has said this too on Kenny Wallace's little YouTube show. I've watched little bits and pieces here or there, and that's one of the things Mark Martin has said to bring back. The other thing too is you were just saying about NASCAR is bring back the rivalries. You tuned in because you wanted to see your guy beat the other guy. Like, you watched every race because you wanted to see where Dale Earnhardt finished over Jeff Gordon or
right.
Todd Bodine, or just keep inserting names. And that's one of the key things that's turned a lot of the fans off is the lack of the rivalries. Just that whole aspect of it. But I did see something kind of interesting the other day, that the NASCAR charters have already gone up $50 million now from 40, just after the lawsuit. So now that kind of says that, hey, now there is deeper interest in the sport, and now that a lot more people are paying attention to it as a sport and not entertainment. Where it goes from here, who knows? I'm really wondering what will happen to NASCAR in, say, 20, 30, 40 years from now.
Yeah, if it's still around.
Because, I'm sorry?
If it's still around?
No, it'll still be around. The big question is, will the Franks family still be around? That's the bigger question, and that's what why the Franks family fought so hard in this trial to maintain control. It's because they wanted it to keep control of it. They don't want it to go to a commissioner like football or baseball or basketball, but in the end, that's the way it's going to go eventually. So,
all righty. Well, very good there. Brain Dead, thanks for checking in. Have a great day. Thursday. Yeah, and we'll be here Monday, Tuesday next week. And then, boy, oh boy, Christmas is here. 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, somebody asked earlier, hey, was there a winner in the Powerball? Almost forgot about it. I pulled it up about 12:30 and it was still pending at the time. I just remembered to check, and the answer is no. So, jackpot now up to $1.5 billion. Yep, 1.5 for the next drawing. So there you go. Good luck. I had not purchased, I must have, I gave you another chance. I didn't purchase a ticket for last night's drawing, so there you go. Scrapyard back with us here. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Nothing good in the hood. I-40 emergency action report. 13 yardstick, Alma, Arkansas, westbound, loaded bull hauler fully engulfed.
Wow.
The whole back end of it was just burnt to a crisp and all that, warped and melted looking. And apparently it was loaded. They finally got the fire out, but come through there, traffic's backed up a couple of miles. When I came through there, I'm already over around the 55 yardstick. So anybody fetching off that direction, be careful. The visibility at the Bobby Hopper Tunnel from the tunnel on south was about 5 yards. And north of the tunnel, it's just the wind's just absolutely howling up there from the Bobby Hopper Tunnel all the way up to the northern border of Arkansas and Missouri. So y'all be careful. And Senior Heat Wave, I'm going to be up for a while and all that. If you want to give them a phone a buzz and all that, you're welcome to.
I got to get your number to him. I still have it. I got to text him that number.
Oh, so we know who to blame now. Okay.
But I'm looking this time. I'm looking as we speak here. I know I got his number in here somewhere, so I'll try to text it to him here in a few minutes.
Okie dokie. And everybody out there, y'all be careful. Don't let the deer tear up the front end, the bears bite on the hind end, or the truck swap ends. Happy trails.
All right, thanks for the update. I guess, did they... You said loaded bull hauler. Did they get the bulls out? Did they get the livestock out? All right, 24 past the hour. Truck driver under industry headlines, sentenced to federal prison for a ghost preparer scheme. All right, had to sneeze there. A ghost preparer scheme that caused the Internal Revenue Service to issue $1.5 million in fraudulent tax refunds. Truck driver, 39-year-old Dontavius Jackson of Georgia, sentenced to 84 months in prison after previously pleading guilty to mail fraud, according to the statement from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Southern District of Georgia. Also ordered to pay over $1.5 million in restitution to the IRS. Officials say while owning and operating a trucking business in Union City, Georgia, Jackson also operated a ghost tax preparation business on the side. Jackson's considered a, quote, ghost preparer because he omitted his identity on forms that he filed for clients, which is required by law. The attorney's office said Jackson orchestrated a scheme to defraud the United States by preparing and filing 35 IRS Forms 941 for himself and two clients that falsely claimed they were entitled to receive $4,112,000+ in tax refunds based on fraudulently claimed employee retention credits, ERCs. Those were part of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act that were intended to encourage companies to keep employees on the payroll during the pandemic. Officials say the U.S. Treasury was induced to mail $1,567,855 in fraudulent tax refunds to Jackson and his clients because of the scheme. I guess it's all fun and games till you get caught, right? Isn't that always the case in the life of crime? Tax preparers have a responsibility to accurately prepare tax returns on behalf of their clients. Jackson not only undermined the American tax system and the trust of taxpayers relying on his expertise, but he also took advantage of pandemic relief funds that were intended to help individuals harmed by the pandemic. The sentence imposed by the court reflects the serious nature of Jackson's conduct. The attorney's office for the Southern District of Georgia works closely with our partners at the IRS Criminal Investigation to protect the law-abiding American public and the Treasury by stopping this fraud. So, 84 months. He'll have to think about that. Wow. And then, of course, when you're ordered to pay $1.5 million in restitution, I presume he's probably spent most of the money that he was able to fraudulently garner. Guess he'll be selling off homes and cars and everything else, trying to come up with some restitution money for the Internal Revenue Service. Good luck in getting that. All right, we got a news break. Bottom of the hour coming up here. I mentioned Brother Ramble. Sure enough, coming up, Brother Ramble is going to be checking in with us here this Thursday morning. Blind man on board as well, and room for you. It's 844-844-3388. A brand new day comes our way, 18th of December, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has announced he will label Venezuela's Maduro regime a foreign terrorist organization and enforce a blockade on sanctioned oil tankers. Tony Waterman has the story.
It's unclear how exactly oil tankers will be stopped from entering or leaving Venezuela, but the U.S. has amassed thousands of troops and nearly a dozen warships in the Caribbean in recent months.
Trump says the pressure will continue until stolen oil, land, and other assets are returned to the U.S. following last week's seizure of a tanker carrying Venezuelan and Iranian oil. Wall Street closed with stocks in the red.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 228 points. The S&P 500 dropped 78 points, and the Nasdaq plummeted 418 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. Go. Thank you so much, and welcome back. Well, let's head on down, see if Brother Rambler's playing in the fog like Scrapyard was earlier. Morning, Rambler.
Well, praise God and good morning, Steve. And, man, we're coming to you tonight from Headland, Alabama, one of the peanut capitals of the United States. And, man, we're so happy to be on the air with all of you tonight. And we thank you, all of y'all, for tuning us in, giving us the pleasure of entertaining you and talking to you and ministering to you and whatever else we can do for you tonight. We surely appreciate you all. And whether you're listening to us out there in Ely, Nevada, the Delmarva Peninsula, down there at the Frio River, or the Riverwalk there in San Antonio, Texas, all the way down to Houston, Texas. Man, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. And I want to tell you something. I had a rough couple of nights, man. My Monday night started off, I had a flat steer tire. Well, it was almost flat, but it took them 2 hours. I had to sit there in Saraland, Alabama, waiting for them to come and fix me up. So I ran behind and listened to the show, but I didn't really want to feel like calling in because I just, pressed for time, trying to get on down the road. And so we've been playing the last couple of nights catch up. But last night I was listening to Big Ed's phone call. And I can relate a lot to what Big Ed and how frustrated he was about having a nephew strung out on meth. And, I can relate to that. Because you mentioned my brother a while ago, and thank you for mentioning that. That really means a lot to me, Steve. And you and me have something in common when it comes to your to a grandfather. I was by my grandfather's side whenever he took his last breath and crossed over from this earth over into eternity to be with our Lord Jesus Christ. And that happened February 24th, 2001. That's when my grandfather had passed away. But, December 18th, 2019 is when there was a chaplain and a police officer showed up to my mom and dad's house. And they found my brother dead in a hotel room in Loveland, Colorado. And, my brother had battled addiction off and on his whole life. Like I said, when it comes to Big Ed and how, I heard his voice on the phone. And I said, man, I know what this man's going through. The sadness plus anger that a person feels when a loved one, someone you care about, is totally off the rails on drugs. And, I've never done methamphetamine or been addicted to painkillers or nothing like that. I think the most I've ever tried was marijuana, and I didn't like it. I know Gilligan likes to get on here and pick on me and Pappy and the Bong Brothers and stuff like that. But truth be told, kind of like Bill Clinton, I put the smoke in my mouth, but I didn't inhale. So, I've tried it, didn't like it. I was always a beer drinker, so back in the day. Now I'm sold out for Jesus. But when you're strung out on methamphetamine, I want to ask, just give me a allotted time because I want to explain some things. It's going to make you sound like God's children that I'm a drug dealer, and I'm not. I've had children and I've had family members, and me being a minister, I've dealt with people suffering with addiction. So I know how this game is played. I know how it works. When you're strung out on any kind of methamphetamine, number one, yeah, it does make you stay up for 3 or 4 days. But when the meth starts wearing off, you want to get high again. So you get high again, you stay up 3 or 4 more days. Before you know it, you're up 2 weeks. And when you're up 2 weeks with no sleep, you start hallucinating. Oh, I don't know what that was. But you start hallucinating and seeing stuff that isn't there, and gremlins appearing up, and just you start seeing off the wall stuff. Also, you start drinking a lot of pickle juice too, because along with getting high like that, you get dehydrated a lot too, and you get muscle cramps, leg cramps, and everything like that. But also a lot of times, methamphetamines or any kind of amphetamines is also an aphrodisiac, a big time aphrodisiac. So a lot of people who get strung out on meth, and they'll use it for those purposes too. But I also wanted to touch on something else. My brother overdosed on fentanyl. And here's how it was done. Now, I'm a Trump supporter, Steve, as well as anybody else. And by the way, I did not agree with the post that Trump posted about Rob Reiner. I think he could have took the high road with that, even though Rob Reiner was a certifiable Trump hater.
Yeah,
I think our president could have took a different road, and he should have left. He should have put the first part and the last part of that post, and everything else should have been taken out. But anyways, one of the things I disagreed with was when he had Jeff Sessions as the Attorney General, and he waged war on, which it needed to be done on the pill mills. But also, it's kind of like the Volstead Act of the 20s. You opened up Pandora's box for more of these cartels to get the fentanyl in, because what he waged war on the pill mills, it stopped these doctors from prescribing massive amounts of Percocet, oxycodone, and Norco, and what was called one time Lower Tab. They don't even make Lower Tab no more. So that got strangled out, and that opened up Pandora's box for the street vendors and the street hustlers, the street dealers, to start getting the fentanyl in. And here's how this works. Now, say you and me, Steve, are on pain management, all right? Well, you and me have to go every 30 days to a doctor's appointment. Depending on what kind of insurance you have, you're going to pay a copay. When we go to our pain management doctor, they're going to, a lot of times they're going to drug test us to make sure that we got the pills in our system, whether it be oxycodone, Percocet, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And also they're going to do what's called a pill count. They want to make sure that you have the pills, that you're taking them as needed. So normally, the way a pain management works, if you're in severe pain, they give you a 30-day supply, which is 90 pills. You're supposed to take them 3 times a day. Well, a lot of the people won't take them 3 times a day. They may take them 1 or 2 times a day. So that leaves you with 10 to 20 left over. Well, what that entails is you got some extra money. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Some pills you can part ways with, because you got it in your system. They're going to do a pill count. They're going to see that you're taking your meds, so now you got some extra there. So if you know someone, or a person knows you have them, they can come and they can buy those pills in bulk. Say you got 10 leftover Percocets. Well, Percocet is about $10 to $15 a pill, street value. So you're looking at $450 to $500. Fast, easy money. So let's say you sell all those in bulk. So what that drug dealer does, he takes all them pills, he gets them not only from you, but from other people as well. He takes them, grinds them all down, then he gets the fentanyl, mixes the fentanyl with it, and they buy a pill press, and they make street-grade pharmaceuticals, street-grade painkillers that at one time, before Jeff Sessions and everything waged war on the pill mills, that you can get pretty easily. Back when you can buy from a different person, now you're buying, you don't know what you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know how much fentanyl is being put into this. A.E., my brother. My brother didn't like getting old. My brother was a diabetic and also had high blood pressure. He would not take care of himself. And he was in pain a lot, too, because he lived a rough lifestyle, in and out of prison, battled addiction his whole life. So my brother loses his CDL, gets his medical card yanked, because his blood pressure was out of control and his diabetes was out of control, and he wouldn't take care of it. So he had a little minor accident. He was working in the oil fields in Wyoming and Colorado. So he had a little fender bender. He went to the doctor. They drug tested him. He was all right. Didn't have maybe a little marijuana in his system, but as far as I know. But because of him not taking care of himself, they yanked his medical card. They already gave him 90 days, and he didn't listen. So he didn't tell us that he lost the CDL. He was already defeated. He was already, having to come home, with his head hung in shame. So he gets a hotel room in Loveland, Colorado. And just so happens, this is before I found you. This is when you were on WLW. George Norrie, Coast to Coast, had a show where they had a guy on there talking about the 7 major cities where fentanyl's being sold at. And one of them was Denver, Colorado, was Loveland, just right above Denver, Colorado. So my brother goes and he buys some of those street grade painkillers because his back hurts, his knee hurts, and he needs to get out of pain. All he did was, and this is what the coroner said and told me over the phone, he took one of those. And they said within 5 minutes of taking it, when that fentanyl hit his system, it dropped him dead where he stood.
Wow.
I mean, it when it hit him, it dropped him dead. Sad part is, because he has an iPhone, and Heat Wave, I hate the new update too. Mine did it, and I don't like it. And now my battery's being drained. I got to find out which app is what is draining my battery now. So we'll have fun with that. So anyway, so he had an iPhone, and of course Apple wouldn't let them crack open the phone to see who sold it to him or whatever. So it's still just, we don't know where he got it. We just know that he got a street level drug, which had a way too much fentanyl, and when it hit him, it killed him. I mean, just killed him, because he had a minute trace of oxycodone and Percocet, but he had a lot of the fentanyl, and that's what they found. They found these street level painkillers that the dealers made, grinding up these pain pills and mixing the fentanyl with it. And look, when you're an addict, it is a disease because your brain is being transformed. Steve, I've seen people, men and women, come to the altar, get down at the altar, give their heart to Jesus, and I've never seen them pick up another drug or drink alcohol a day in their life, because that's the power of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Other people, they struggle with it. Don't ever give up on your loved one. Don't ever give up on your nephew, your grandson, your granddaughter, your children. Don't ever give up. I mean, I've got 2 boys now, Devin and Trey. Devin lives in Long Island, and Trey lives in Baldwin County. They both got off on meth really bad, and they're living proof today on what Jesus Christ can do for you. Both the boys are sober. They're family men now. They're hard workers. Devin's part of the union up there in Long Island, New York, that does the fire sprinklers. He's part of that. And Trey works for No Limits Restoration, a Christian organization that does houses and stuff like that. And they're doing very, very good for themselves. Man, look, if you have children or a brother or sister, man, don't give up on them. Keep praying for them, I've seen what the Lord can do. And I've seen the Lord, how he can take a grieving mother like my mother, get her back into church, how my mother now looks forward to going and seeing my brother who's up there in heaven. Because that's one thing my brother didn't know, is that he knew the Lord Jesus Christ, and I know where he's at. So I want to encourage you today, especially during Christmas season. Some of you, I know you can't have your children or whatever around your house because they'll either steal your car or rob you blind, and I understand that. That's tough love. But for God's sakes, do not give up on them. Do not stop praying for them. Yes, I understand how angry you must feel, and because I was that person. Yes, I understand the frustration. It is. But don't give up on your children. Don't give up on anyone that you know. Even if they're homeless and you have a guilt trip, still don't give up on them. There is hope out there. And listen, God does answer prayer. before I get off here, want to just remind you that I am pastor of Determined Ministries Church. You can find us on Facebook, Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. My voice is doing a whole lot better, God's children, so thank you for the prayers there. For the ones that follow us, you will recognize the name Michael Walker. Michael Walker's sister, Missy, is in very bad shape at Spring Hill Memorial. And she's on dialysis, but it's not looking good. And for those of you that follow us, you see Michael, he's always commenting. He's on there with us every Sunday. She needs a miracle. So y'all be praying for Missy when she goes by Melissa Walker. And she's had a very rough life, God's children. But she's a sweet girl, and she needs a miracle. So y'all just keep praying for Michael Walker's sister, Melissa Walker. We know her as Missy. And we're going to keep praying for you. And, Steve, I want to thank you for being on at least 2 days during Christmas. I'm going to be out here running every day but Christmas because I don't have enough seniority to get that Christmas week vacation. And before I leave, you know what? Today is the 18th of December. If you go to overnightdriveradio.com, you may, if you order tonight or you order today, you may have enough time to get your order by Christmas. And what a great Christmas idea, or a great stocking stuffer it will be to support this show, one of the top 50 of overnight radio talk shows in the United States of America and across the world, because we do have people that listen to us in Australia and in Thailand. I think Rainmaker still lives in Thailand. Is he back stateside?
He's back in Thailand.
Okay, he's back in Thailand. So, hey, we have people that do listen to us in Australia and Thailand and everywhere else. So, hey, you can be a proud supporter of the show. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, get all your Steve Sommers swag. You get it right there. And if you order today, you could get it by the 24th of December to put in your loved one's stocking and so help support the show. Praise God for that. Come on and visit us at Determined Ministries Church. We love to have you. We will be live this Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. And we'll be getting ready for that. Hey, the fat man's going to be riding, and that will be me in just a few more minutes when I deliver this last pallet. But the fat man that lives in the North Pole, he will be flying. So let's remember everyone on this Christmas Day. I know there's a lot of lonely people out there, Steve, and we dealt with Christmas depression. Go back and listen to us, Determined Ministries Church. If you're someone that has maybe, messed some things up in your life and you feel regret, go back and listen to this, because God does love you. Even when we make mistakes, God still loves us. Praise God for that. All right, Steve, I've done rambled on enough. I know you got other callers, and I love you all out there. And God bless Wheelchair Dave. Thank you for posting that, Steve. I meant to say that also. God bless. Before I get off here, one more thing, and I know I'm not trying to hold no one up. You know how with your cell phones you can do a legacy contact? Why don't we start praying about having a legacy contact as far as show preparations go, as far as show guests go? Because Wheelchair David passed away back in June.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have had to find out 6 months later that Wheelchair Dave, I guess it's 6 months, had passed away. If you know someone or you trust someone, and if, let them know, say, hey, and it's not being morbid, just tell them, say, hey, if something happens to me, dial up this number, let someone know, say, hey, so-and-so had passed away, because we don't want to find out that, we lost someone 6 months later. So come on. So just do that, and God bless everyone, and we love you, and I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and we'll talk to you later, God's children. God bless. Goodbye.
Thank you much, Brother Rambler. All right, we got a couple of minutes before news. Let's see if I can get through this in that short amount of time. Dingbat sent me an email this past day. For whatever reason, she didn't think I'd share it with the audience, but she said, "Good morning, Steve. I know I don't call in as much as I used to, but I still listen to the replay, and I have a response to Eagle. I was saddened to hear of Rob Reiner's death, but his son, as I am, like a lot of you all, not agreeing with his political views. Most of y'all know my story. But Eagle's comment really got me thinking about this email. Him, like a lot of others, you think rehab is a magic cure. As it's been reported, his son was in and out of rehab many times. Just to refresh the memory, I was in and out of rehab 5 times before I decided to get clean and stay clean, as I'm going on my 9th year clean. What got me to get clean was the death of my mother. While in rehab, my brother walked in and told me Mom died and walked away. I just recently, after 15 years, reconciled with my brother. If you also want to know of another former drug addict and dealer that got clean, look at the music star Jelly Roll. Look at his story. But Eagle's comment of just dropping an addict off at rehab and walking away is like leading a horse to water. Like maybe him finding another news source other than TikTok or YouTube. A lot of people think drug addiction is easy to overcome. It is much harder than everyone thinks. My drug of choice was heroin, meth, and cocaine, which getting clean off of is worse than smoking and alcohol combined and then some. Now in Memphis, and from what I've read, there's a lot of cities that are starting a drug court that helps not only addicts such as me go to rehab and get clean, but the resources to stay clean and out of jail. The judge, Tim Dwyer, who's recently retired after 40 years on the bench, that started this court was from his daughter, killed by a drunk driver, but to also help the exploding problem with crack cocaine and then turned into meth, which now they're focusing on opioids along with DUI. All right. In his 25 years on the bench, he's presided over 3,000 cases with less than 100 that didn't complete the program. That court has saved this country over $10,000 per defendant, jail spice for the more violent offenders. I was one of those who went through this program, and it saved my life. But it's given me the tools to better succeed in life. More importantly, it's people like Brain Dead, Eskimo Mom, Heatwave, Gilligan, and many more that I can name that help me stay clean. As most of my friends, I've buried or relapsed due to drugs. My friends have, that is. Finally, the Eagle and everyone else, you've done drugs. Who have not done drugs, you do not know how hard this is to overcome, as being a spectator doesn't count. All right. I hope you and your family have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Signed, the lovely Dingbat. All right. Thanks for sharing, Dingbat. News break. And just like that, final hour is just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit TEL360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Americans are seeing lower costs under his administration.
I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security.
During this evening's White House address, he highlighted falling car prices, efforts to reduce grocery costs, and rising wages for workers like construction employees, noting that all 100% of new jobs added are in the private sector, and he credits the global tariffs. The Trump administration is announcing a candid Vanity Fair interview with White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles.
Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
This was, unfortunately, another attempt at fake news by a reporter who was acting disingenuously and really did take the chief's words out of context.
In the interview, Wiles said there may be an element of retribution in the legal actions that Trump takes against his perceived enemies. She also said Trump does not drink, but he has an alcoholic's personality. On Tuesday, Leavitt said the Vanity Fair reporter acted disingenuously and omitted positive things that Wiles said about the president and administration officials. Wiles has called the published interview a disingenuously framed hit piece. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Department of Health and Human Services has cut millions of dollars in grants to the American Academy of Pediatrics, ending funding for programs focused on infant health, autism screening, and youth services. Americans are planning to spend less money on Christmas this year.
According to an NBC News Decision Desk poll, 55% of respondents intend on spending less cash for gifts in comparison to last year, while 36% say they're going to spend about the same. 9% say they're going to spend more. The poll also found that 41% of respondents described their personal financial situation as about the same compared to a year ago. 35% called it worse, while 24% said it was better. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Another atmospheric river strikes Washington state this week, bringing more heavy rain and strong winds.
Governor Bob Ferguson says it's tragic. A driver was killed in Snohomish County floodwaters.
If you get an evacuation order, for God's sakes, follow it.
Ferguson says the situation across the state remains unpredictable, and residents need to evacuate when a warning goes out. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Providence authorities say witness descriptions match images of the Brown University shooting suspect. That manhunt has entered its fifth day, with police still seeking public tips and home surveillance footage. 2 students were killed, 9 injured. Only 1 weapon was used. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the gunman's capture.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
A Maryland family is fighting back after their HOA fined them $50 a day, so far totaling $650, for their Christmas decorations. The Salgado family in Germantown insist their lights, wreaths, and nativity don't break any rules and are fully on their property. Other neighbors have similar displays without any fines. The family hired a lawyer and says they will not remove their display, citing First Amendment and religious rights. Real estate lawyer Alfredo Vasquez spoke with WJLA.
The board of the Homeowners Association has a duty to implement these bylaws in a fair way across the community.
The HOA maintains it's enforcing community rules fairly. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Thank you much. Here we go, final hour. As we roll into a Thursday, Friday Eve, I like to call it. Now, looking through some of the discussion, Roki brought up a good point. And it's not a bit surprising to me because I would fit in the category. He says a Johns Hopkins survey found that 32% of U.S. adults personally know someone who died from a drug overdose. Nearly 19% reporting it was a family member or a close friend. I know several who have passed from drug overdoses. One of them was my Uncle Fred, who was recently departed. One of his best friends, who was a co-worker with him that actually built the secret bunker that I'm sitting in right now. Captain. His story was almost identical to Brother Rambler's brother's story. He actually did the construction work. He had several children. He was trying to keep up with child support. So he worked many, many hours, the construction job. Then he was working at like Wendy's till late at night. Hardly ever got any sleep. And he was trying to take things to help him sleep. Actually purchased a couple of pills, which I don't know if they were supposedly Vicodin or Percocet or what they were, from a co-worker at Wendy's. Couple of pills. Not realizing, they looked like the real McCoy that you could get from the pharmacy. They were laced with fentanyl. Got home in the evening after leaving Wendy's. Popped one so we could go to sleep. He died in the bed. That was it. Boom. Had no idea. So, Captain, and that was a devastating blow to Uncle Fred. He was a dear, close friend to him. So, it's not surprising to me. It's a horrible thing with all these drugs that look like, and a lot of they've got these facilities in Mexico where they're popping out these pills that look legitimately like what the real McCoy looks like by the thousands or the millions. and putting them on the streets, and you don't know what you're getting. All right, who else on board? A couple of folks chiming in. Let me see, 5-7 in response to some of the discussion about Rob Reiner. He said, I've seen the video, and there's social media is full of this right now. Yeah, a lot of folks PO'd at the president's response, others trying to justify that, he shouldn't have shouldn't feel apologetic for saying what he said because, Rob Reiner has spent years and years trying to tear down and say nothing positive about the president. Well, you're seeing all that, but he said, I'm seeing people posting the videos of Reiner ranting when Rush Limbaugh, the conservative, made his announcement of his cancer diagnosis, that he was going to die, that Rob Reiner was unapologetically kind of celebrating the news of his sickness and eventually the death. Now, he did 5-7. I think it would be still good for the president maybe to apologize to the family. We don't have to make ourselves look better by acting like evil. Okay, very good. And somebody who was at Roy there in Illinois, the conversation went to some discussion of marijuana. Said, I believe the president's looking at reclassifying marijuana. That is true. I had not discussed that this week. It was early this week, Monday, I believe, where the president said he is considering reclassifying marijuana under federal law that would place it in a less restrictive category. His comments following last week reports that the White House was reviewing whether to direct federal agencies to move marijuana to a Schedule III designation, which the president in the Oval Office said, we are considering that. A lot of people want to see that reclassification because it leads to, and I didn't realize this, it leads to tremendous amounts of research that cannot be done if you don't reclassify it. So we're looking at that very strongly. If finalized, the change would build on steps taken under former President Biden's administration to reclassify. Reportedly, the president discussed the issue with Speaker Mike Johnson. Marijuana has been classified as a Schedule I substance since 1971. That puts it in the same category as the likes of heroin or LSD. And what I did not realize, apparently, under federal law, Schedule I drugs are defined as having no accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. Schedule III substances include the likes of ketamine, anabolic steroids, testosterone, medications like Tylenol, maybe Tylenol with codeine, rather. So it would be looking to put marijuana in that sort of a designation. The president endorsed rescheduling marijuana during a presidential campaign and said that a decision could be coming in weeks, but no action was actually taken. Now, it would not decriminalize marijuana or eliminate federal penalties for possession or use, but it would lead to maybe limited changes to the criminal justice policy. But it would ease restrictions on scientific research and could benefit the legal cannabis industry. Federal tax law currently prevents businesses that deal in Schedule I or Schedule II substances from taking standard business deductions or tax credits. The cannabis industry is still reacting to a provision in the legislation that ended the federal government shutdown back in November. It included language that prohibits the sale of many cannabis-based and synthetic intoxicating THC compounds, making them illegal next year. So we'll see where that goes. And, of course, even under the previous administration, the discussion of legalizing cannabis at the federal level. Many states have already done so. As far as trucking's concerned, nothing changes as far as being able to have weed in your system and out there driving a commercial vehicle. That provision's not going away. Meanwhile, the blind man joins us here on a Thursday already. Morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Heard Heatwave earlier talking a little bit about old-time radio. I listen to the Gunsmoke channel, WRCW, and they play the Radio Gunsmoke series with Matt Dillon and Chester and Doc and Kitty, and the 1870s it takes place. I'd like to go to Dodge City now and see what it's like. Do they have a saloon or whatever, Front Street and all that? Also, there's Radio Once More. If you tune in either Radio Once More 1 or 2, you'll hear old radio shows. I've told my electronic girlfriend to play Johnny Dollar. There's a Johnny Dollar channel that plays nothing but Johnny Dollar.
Yeah.
I'm still looking for the Green Hornet and Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. Apparently, my electronic girlfriend can't find those two shows, but it's out there. And my friend Nick up in Baltimore told me about some other sites for old-time radio that he's going to tell me how to get it on my electronic girlfriend. Also, there's some other shows that you can tune into.
Mm-hmm.
Gangbusters, I've played that one Sunday afternoon, and that was quite interesting. So there you go. Just wanted to give a shout out. Hope everybody has a good holiday season and all that. And I'll probably be yakking at you tomorrow if I think of something else to say. Oh, I'm going to play disc jockey on Boss Radio 66 on Saturday. I'm going to do my Wee Willie Blinky shtick and have them play a song that I remember hearing on a college radio station, Black Land Farmer, the 1959 version. They'll play that, and I'll have fun playing disc jockey Saturday morning.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Well, good to hear from you, blind man. Thanks for checking in. Yes, yeah, have a great day. I think it was Knucklebuster that he was bringing up the story of the truck driver that was wrongly detained by police after a casino's artificial intelligence identification software incorrectly flagged him in pursuing a lawsuit. He's now pursuing a lawsuit against the officer, the actual police officer, after settling an initial lawsuit against the casino. Yeah, there was some sort of an undisclosed sum paid by the casino, but I don't know. Imagine finding yourself in this sort of a situation. I mean, Doc Holliday, he's one of our drivers that he stops in casinos all over the country when he's in a proximity and has a little time. Jason Killinger, a truck driver for UPS, went into the Peppermill Casino in Reno, Nevada. Now, this is going back a couple of years after completing a trip for his trucking job. As he entered the casino, the artificial intelligence identification software flagged him as a 99.9% match to someone who had previously trespassed at the location. A guy by the name of Michael Ellis. Again, 99.9% match based on facial recognition alone, despite discrepancies such as considerable height and weight differences, eye color, according to This Is Reno News. But the casino contacted police who detained Killinger, believing he was the other guy, Ellis. He was lying about his identity using fake identification. He actually presented a Nevada Real ID card, a Nevada certified or commercial driver's license, his Peppermill player's card. He even offered to present pay stubs, vehicle registration, bank cards, his union card. But the officer, Richard Jaeger, still thought he was lying. Even accused him of having a connection to the Department of Motor Vehicles, allowing him to obtain fraudulent IDs. I don't know if this guy was like Mr. Barney Fife or what. In Jaeger's experience as a police officer, he has encountered situations where real IDs were fake or obtained by fraudulent means, according to the city attorney. A person who has obtained a fake ID will often have other documents or additional forms of identification to match the fake ID. Accordingly, the fact that a person may have multiple forms of ID bearing the same name does not necessarily mean that the IDs are legitimate. Officer Jaeger deals with criminal elements and people who lie to him all the time. Therefore, he has been trained to carefully scrutinize information that's presented to him by a suspect. Killinger was held for 11 hours before he was finally released. Now he says he was wrongfully arrested. His constitutional rights violated. The suit against the officer also claims that Officer Jaeger lied during the investigation, and the deputy Reno city attorney continued to look for ways to prosecute him, even though the case was dismissed. Killinger offers direct evidence of fabrication. He contends his 14th Amendment rights were violated when Jaeger fabricated, omitted, and mischaracterized statements he made in his arrest documents to make it falsely appear like Killinger had no way to prove his identity. Presented no credible evidence of identity and offered conflicting pieces of identification, according to his attorney. Officer Jaeger knew the statements he made in his arrest documents were false, he says. Now, again, it sounds like he's got a pretty good case there. Again, he's already settled a suit against the Peppermill Casino for an undisclosed amount of money, but I would presume it probably wasn't a cheap payday.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Yeah, with all the incredible winds out west this past day, at one point, more than like 650,000 people were without power. At the time, mostly Washington, Oregon, Idaho. Latest update actually has Colorado leading the list. Numbers have come down, pretty significantly for Washington, Oregon. Colorado at over 127,000 customers in the dark. Washington is down to like 66,779. Oregon with still over 40,000. Right about 40,000 in Montana, 32,000 Idaho. As those winds continue to press off to the east. And again, blizzard conditions in northern portions of... Now we've got North Dakota, northeastern. I saw some video out of Montana, and they're not kidding. Those blizzard conditions, I mean, complete whiteout conditions with the wind and the snow there. Meanwhile, let's get back to the anonymous hippopotamus. Morning, hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So are the power companies that are not supplying electric to their customers, are they giving them rebate checks for inconvenience and not having power?
Yeah, right. Get a rebate. Okay.
I'm just thinking if my electric bill is $100 a month more this year than it was last year for the same or less amount of kilowatt hours, I think if you don't supply me some electricity that I've been paying premium dollars for, I think I'm deserved a little compensation for not getting what you're supposed to be giving me, aren't you? I don't know. I'm just saying, Your Honor. Maybe we should take this up with the legislature.
Yeah,
maybe
it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe things need to change.
No, actually, they'd tell you that they need to charge you more because they had to get out there and fix the lines and pay overtime for all the guys on the poles out there.
No, they got to charge you more because they got to make these big power things and distribution lines for all this AI stuff that the general population isn't going to benefit from for the electric. They just want to take people's land away and put up utility poles and run more wires and all that other stuff there. They call it eminent domain because they can do what they want, Your Honor. But anyways, there, what was it I said I was calling in about now that you completely ran my track off the rails?
Something about the wacky weed, the left-handed cigarettes, I don't know.
All right. So anyways, during some of the hours that you're not broadcasting live there, I do venture off into other radio mediums. And
sure,
there's this one I listen to there that's based out of Tennessee, and they got an advertisement on there for a rehabilitation center that's claiming that 20% of people 50 years of age and older are driving intoxicated on marijuana. And the marijuana actually leads to other mental, issues as well, So, but they're a rehabilitation place, and they're willing, if you want to come to them. I guess that would be what we used to call the old insane asylum, or the rubber room place.
Right, the nut house.
The nut house, yes. So anyways, but they're going to help take care of if you have a mental issue and but they said that the marijuana and the addiction part of the drugs actually plays into, the whole mental.
Right. Well, hold the thought there. We pause.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Americans are seeing lower costs under his administration.
I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security.
During this evening's White House address, he highlighted falling car prices, efforts to reduce grocery costs, and rising wages for workers like construction employees, noting that all 100% of new jobs added are in the private sector, and he credits the global tariffs. The Department of Health and Human Services has cut millions of dollars in grants to the American Academy of Pediatrics, ending funding for programs focused on infant health, autism screening, and youth services. HHS says the grants no longer align with agency priorities, and the group continues its legal fight with Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over vaccination policy. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
We'll pick it back up there where we leave off. Yeah, we got back with the rest of the story. Yeah, we were chatting with horse feathers there. All right. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. We got to do what we got to do to keep the show on the air. But anyways, I thought it was pretty interesting that this rehabilitation center was actually coming right out and stating that, and kind of what we've been saying all along, that the mental conditions have to be taken care of, and of course that goes back to where we talk about some of these, supposed mass shootings, the way we got them set up that they're called mass shootings and that, and you wonder, are the people that are involved in them, are they high on a drug of some sort that is causing a mental judgment problem or that type of thing, and I don't know. Or is the mental problem causing them the drugs? As I say, more things that need to be looked into, but we don't seem to have the capabilities anymore to help the people that need that type of help.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I don't know. Other than that, that's all we got going for you. We've been just back up here running up here. Hey, we went by Mountaintop, Pennsylvania again today, Your Honor. So tried to give a wave. It's still chilly up here. I don't know. It's still in the 20s up here. They got snow on the ground, and they got a little bit melting, so it's that real damp, cold air just cutting right through you when you're out in the air there.
Mm-hmm.
But really don't have the winds or anything there. Not anywhere like what they got out west there. Now, the question about the winds out there is any of that wind going to be categorized as one of them deratios at all? Have you heard anything of that nature at all?
I haven't seen that cited yet, but based on the duration and the area's impact, I'd say it definitely fits that criteria.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking there. So, well, anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you there tonight. So I guess we'll be back at it
on a casual Friday, possibly. Okay. Thank you very much. On the fentanyl, just came across via CBS 12 out of West Palm Beach, Florida. Wow, with the staggering threat of the ongoing fentanyl crisis, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office said they have dismantled drug networks through Operation Unplugged, resulting in over 100 arrests and seizing enough fentanyl to kill nearly 1 million people. Wow. In operations like this, two good things happen. We can save lives and clean up our communities. When we remove these criminals from neighborhoods, residents feel safer and communities thrive. Now, they held a news conference Tuesday morning announcing the success of the operation, trying to combat drug trafficking in the area. Officials explained the operation was named Unplugged to signify their efforts to disconnect the dealers from the networks. This has been ongoing for about a year now. They said Operation Unplugged has led to 101 arrests, 25 more pending, but they focused on various drug-related offenses, including firearm charges, drug possession, intent to distribute. Bradshaw says, I've been the sheriff here for 20 years, and I've never seen one this big. When you're in the hundreds, that's a lot, and we've got more to go. But the ongoing fentanyl crisis was highlighted, noting that Palm Beach County has experienced over 5,100 overdoses and 1,026 deaths in the past 5 years. That's just one county. To tackle the issue, the sheriff's office said that they've partnered with multiple agencies, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Drug Enforcement Administration. That collaboration resulted in securing approximately $230,000 for overtime expenses and undercover operations, significantly aiding the investigation. Yeah, but throughout the operation, law enforcement said they seized 1,724.97 grams of fentanyl, enough to endanger the lives of 862,000 plus people, along with 35 firearms and various other drugs. The impact of these arrests would significantly improve community safety and well-being, he says. The state attorney thanking the sheriff and various law enforcement agencies involved in their dedication. Yeah, the commitment to zero tolerance for drug-related criminal activity, assuring the fight against such crimes will continue unabated. Yeah, even during the holiday season. Yeah, the arrests were part of a new initiative within the office known as FORCE, which stands for Focus Operations to Reduce Criminal Enterprises. That prioritizes cases involving gangs, guns, drug trafficking. They also focused on an area around, they say, I guess, there's a notorious G block, as they call it, in Lake Worth, where they arrested fentanyl dealers, seizing large quantities of narcotics and firearms. These organizations were also linked to illegal firearms transactions and a surge in violent crime, including homicides, drive-by shootings, firearms violations, trafficking in stolen property. Two good things happened, according to the sheriff. You save people's lives, you clean up the community. When you get these thugs out of the neighborhood, people feel safer. And we're going to still be out here making arrests throughout the holiday season, saying officers do not take a break at Christmas time. How about that? Hey, Tal, let's see. Eagle, what's going on?
Okay, yeah, dozed off, but I finally woke up before you went off there. I wanted to say a couple things. I listened to Trump last night. It was good. I thought he was going to talk a little bit longer than that, but he said what he had to say pretty quick. And he's accomplished a lot, in the first year of his been in the White House. Done a lot of good things, and I can see the improvement everywhere, Steve. With construction going on as I'm driving around these different cities. You see people building the road construction crews, or people working. You see houses still being built, warehouses and factories are being constructed. Fuel prices are going down. That's the main thing, and I believe it's going to go down even lower. With what's going on with Venezuela, he keep stopping these tankers with this bootleg oil. Venezuela, I believe that's going to lower the price. And I know, like I say, everything he did, he started off talking about Joe Biden, and that's exactly what he should do, because Biden, he put us in this predicament. And but he's got us in less than a year. He's got the border shut down completely, Steve. I mean, stone cold shut down. Ain't nobody getting in, and that's exactly what's supposed to happen. Because I believe that he's don't saved us from having a terror attack, just like what happened over there in Australia. I believe that we damn sure would have had one by now. If Harris would have got in, we would have had maybe 2 or 3 attacks, because those people were still coming in the U.S. So Donald Trump, he can be happy what he's done over the first year, but knowing Donald Trump, he's not happy. He still wants even more for America because we finally got a president, like I told you so many times, Steve, that actually cares about the USA and actually cares about the people that live here. And that makes me feel good every day. I get behind the wheel of this truck knowing that I got a man that's out there looking for my best interest and everybody else's interest to keep you working and keep money coming into your pocket and not giving it to the China man like Biden did. So, like I said, like I told you last night, Steve, I like your show is good. You keep people informed on what's going on. I listen to you every night that I can, and hopefully you'll stay on the air in 26 and keep doing your thing, and everybody else to keep doing their thing. And all I can say is God bless America, and especially God bless Donald Trump, because he's definitely making America great again. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, good to have you with us. Thank you so much for the compliment there. You were actually, can you believe we are coming up on closing out 5 years in the Hot Shot Secret Studio, in the secret bunker? 5 years. Yeah, I can't, every year I can't remember, it was January 11 or January 12 where we signed on for the very first time here, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. How about that? Working toward year number 6 already. Well, hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. How about a big shout out to the Knucklebuster and all the veterans out there? Get her done. All right. Can you believe we're 38 degrees to start things off? 53 for the high. Fort Wayne today. 35 to 44 for Newaygo, Michigan. Here we go. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back once again. Be safe out there. 7 days till Christmas. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Yes, indeed. All right. The railroad merger. 2 of the largest U.S. railroad unions will not back the proposed merger of Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern over concerns the first transcontinental rail system would increase safety risk, push up consumer prices, and disrupt the supply chain, they say. The Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen and the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees Division announced their opposition in a joint statement yesterday. This debt-ridden tie-up will not make rail more competitive with trucks, as merger proponents claim, says the BLET national president. We believe this transcontinental railroad will make shipping by rail less attractive as the merged carrier passes off rail lines that serve small towns, factories, and farms. They'll pass it off to short line railroads while running miles-long, slow-moving trains on the main line. For the rail customers, it'll be a choice between hell or the highway. Interesting. The railroad said the $85 billion merger would speed up freight movement, eliminating the interchange or the handoff of cars and trains between railroads at congested transportation centers like Chicago. They contend that a single-line rail network would be more efficient than traditional collaborative agreements between the railroads, reduce delays, reduce cost, they say. 2 distinctively different opinions. Now, the unions say that the new system would likely increase safety risks, while lauding moves by Norfolk Southern to undertake a safety transformation. They pointed to the report from last year that Union Pacific managers undermined efforts by the federal government to assess safety. They also took issue with the post-merger job guarantees, saying they do not protect seniority or provide relocation costs. Now, the merger had earlier won the backing of the president. Union Pacific earned the support of several other unions in exchange for post-merger job guarantees, but some shippers, including agricultural, chemical trade groups, opposed the merger, fearing a less competitive market for rail and prospective disruptions. The Western Railroad, BNSF, also voicing their own competitive concerns. The growth opportunities created by this end-to-end merger enabled Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern to make a pledge that is unprecedented in railroad history, stating that every employee with a union job at the time of the merger will continue to have one. Yeah, we've formalized this Jobs for Life agreement with 5 unions, including SMART TD, the nation's largest rail labor organization. And we look forward to filing our application with the STB this week. Looks like the merger partners expect to file their formal merger application with the Surface Transportation Board, the STB, sometime maybe today, tomorrow.
When it comes to horsepower, there is nothing that compares to the modifieds. Multi-engine monsters with 30.5-inch tires and wheel speeds going well over 150 miles per hour. It's time to relive the master of the monsters. From the NTPA offices in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The multi-engine monsters are crowd favorites, and for good reason. They look amazing, they sound amazing, they are amazing. With 14 tractors aiming for the Grand National title in 2025, there were a lot of popular names on the 11-pole schedule. These tractors have at least 3 big blocks burning alcohol down the track. With each engine burning about 5 gallons of fuel in 300 feet, these machines make well in excess of 10,000 horsepower. 2025 was a season to remember for Brandon Simon and his mod Simon Says. With only one rainout on the schedule in Tomah, Brandon had 6 wins in the 10 points hooks that happened in 2025, winning at the second night in Hutchinson, the only hook in Tomah, the first pole in Rockwell, the 4th session in Bowling Green, and the 2nd session in Sandwich, Illinois. And at the Enderley pull-off, well, there was little doubt he would get the title. He took home a 3rd place in the 2nd session in Rockwell. To keep him on the podium, he struggled a bit in Hutchinson on night 1 and in Sandwich during session 3, gaining 8th on those 2 events. Then, during the 3rd in Poletown, he struggled with only an 11th place finish. After the first hook of the season, Brandon was sitting in 8th in the points. After winning night 2, he moved up in the Grand National points to 4th, as the hauler set the GPS to Tomah. With the rainout for night 1 in Tomah, Simon Says took the win on night 2, and then the next hook in Rockwell. That moved him into 1st place, and he never looked back. Night 2 in Rockwell was a 3rd, and even with the 11th place finish in Bowling Green, Brandon had built up a big enough lead to stay in the points lead. Then, back-to-back wins in Bowling Green and Sandwich had the trucking company owner in a prime position to take the title. After struggling during the 2nd hook in Sandwich, Brandon took home a win at the Enderley pull-off to lock up the 2025 title by 5 points. Coming in 2nd during the season was veteran puller Bill Leischner and his tractor he calls Dirt Slinger. Dylan Owens and Thorne finished 3rd in the points. In 4th was the combo of Jeff and Ricky Rose with Giddy Up. Tommy Owens and his Rambling Rose took 5th. In 6th was Steve Bunnage with Takes a Lickin'. 7th went to Doug Christensen with Rat Pack 4. In 8th spot, it was Les Corporal and Corporal Punishment. And 9th went to Matt Johnson and his Dirt Slinger 1X. Rounding out the top 10, Brett Berg and the Rink Seed Moneymaker. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Well, it appears the board of Warner Brothers Discovery have officially rejected David Ellison's $30 per share hostile takeover bid for the company, telling shareholders it remains inferior to the Netflix deal and carries numerous significant risks and costs to Warner Brothers Discovery. So with the rejection official, Paramount's going to have to persuade Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders to tender their shares at that price or submit a higher bid than the $108 billion offer that would shift the outcome of the deal making. But according to the statement from the chair of Warner Brothers Discovery Board of Directors, he says, following careful evaluation of Paramount's recently launched tender offer, the board concludes the offer's value is inadequate, with significant risks and cost imposed on our shareholders. The offer once again fails to address key concerns that we've consistently communicated to Paramount through our extensive engagement and review of 6 previous proposals. They're going back and forth. We're confident that our merger with Netflix represents superior, more certain value for shareholders, and we look forward to delivering on the compelling benefits of our combination. So the hostile takeover bid looks to be going down in flames. Don't know if they can come back with a larger bid or not. But real quick, like just enough time to give a merger update. PGT Trucking has acquired a Kansas trucking company in a recent acquisition. Part of a Midwest expansion, PGT Trucking announced the acquisition in a press release. The expansion includes Debrick Truck Line in Pawala, Kansas. Founded in 1958 by Arnold and Lorene Debrick as a local water hauling business. The company eventually grew to include flatbed, dry van, and oversized load hauling. According to the FMC, this company has 30 units. The Debrick Truck Line Terminal will now operate as a PGT terminal, expanding PGT to now 35 terminals across the U.S. and Mexico. So there you go, mergers, acquisitions. With that, all right, looking at the clock there, we are pretty much flat out of time. Get ready to batten down the hatches for much of the Midwest, Great Lakes, and eventually by Friday, the East Coast. Winds and rains coming our way. Have a great day. I hope to see you back for our Friday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,